southbound Bishop Ford Freeway. There is an accident. It has finally been pulled off to the side, located at Michigan Avenue. Just proceed with caution, commuters, if you're in that area. Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower, Stevenson, and Dan Ryan all running smoothly with no accidents, no delays. Tollways look real good if you weekend warriors are trying to get up north-south. The Tri-State, the Indiana Toll Road, all those roads in very good shape. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
It may be one of the busiest days of the year in stores, but not one of the most profitable. ABC's Bill Greenwood explains.
An estimated 116 million Christmas presents will be returned during the next few days. That's why the American Express gift check service says the day after Christmas is one of the most crowded of the year. It's the day moms take back dresses that are a touch too dowdy, and dads exchange those neckties that were a nice thought, but, well, you know.
A man running errands for his Christmas party was fatally shot last night by one of two teenagers with whom he had argued. It happened near Robin Ellis's home at 81st and Jeffrey. Also on the south side of Chicago, a 22-year-old was found dead after he failed to show up at a family Christmas gathering. No arrests, no witnesses yet. And a homeless man accidentally burned himself to death yesterday on the west side of Chicago. The man in his 50s was trying to keep warm by standing near a fire in a 55-gallon drum, and he accidentally caught his clothing on fire. 10 boys who are wards of the state of Illinois hosted 1,200 homeless people for dinner on Christmas Day. The boys, who live in the Alpha House group home on South Wood Street, served dinner to the homeless in the Greater Walters AME Zion Church. One of the boys said the event made him think about the things he does have: a place to stay, food to eat. In cities all over the country, there are cooperative volunteer efforts between Christians and Jews, substituting for each other on holy days of the other's religion. This morning's Daily Herald talks about the service of Jews in the northwest suburbs. Everything on Christmas Day, from Meals on Wheels to visiting patients in hospitals. And in Atlanta, the same thing goes on. And hospital nursing supervisor Debbie Wexler says,
we're always very happy to have the pinch hitters here. It's not only helpful for people who aren't here, but it's very helpful for people who are at work at the hospital. It's an extra pair of hands and a smiling, cheering for the patients. It's just good all around.
Wexler says Jewish volunteers replaced non-medical workers yesterday at her hospital. Pope John Paul, after a bout with the flu and demands of Christmas appearances, has begun a much-deserved rest at the papal retreat in the hills southeast of Rome, known as Castel Gandolfo. WGN News Time is 8:04. More news coming up.
With the kids out of school, the holidays are a great time for a family outing. And oh, what fun it is to ride on Metra to see the holiday decorations downtown, travel to quaint towns, or visit the museums. Metra makes it easy and economical, because now through the end of the year, Metra is extending their normal weekend-only family fares program to include weekdays, which means every fare-paying adult can bring up to 3 kids under 12 along for free. The kids will love it. And as always, our weekend pass will let you ride all day Saturday and Sunday for just $5. 'Tis the season to take advantage of Metra's extended holiday family fares, now through December 31st. For schedule information, call 836-7000, city or suburbs, or visit our website at metrorail.com and have a jolly old time. Metra, the way to really ride.
Another influential senator is recommending censure over an impeachment trial. ABC's Pam Coulter talks about Democratic Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan.
Considered one of the Senate's leading intellectuals and one of the first Democrats to criticize the president's behavior, Moynihan's comments are likely to be taken seriously by his Senate colleagues and boost the effort for a censure compromise. Administration officials welcomed his comments, but were careful not to gloat over this favorable turn of events.
Chicago millionaire balloonist Steve Fawcett and his 2 companions were rescued from shark-infested waters off Honolulu yesterday. They were about halfway in their quest to be the first to balloon nonstop around the world, and reporters asked Fawcett if he would do it again.
It's a major achievement to be done. I wish that I could do it, and we'll just have to see whether I get rested up and decide to try it again.
But British tycoon Richard Branson seemed a little less inclined.
At this stage, whenever anything goes wrong, I always say, never, and then a week later, who's to know? We'll see about it.
Again, all three balloonists are safe after steering the balloon as close to Hawaii as they could to effect an easier rescue by the Coast Guard. An unusually large number of sick calls, mostly from flight attendants unhappy about the lack of a labor agreement, left TWA without enough crews to fill its schedule, flying out of St. Louis Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. More than 90 flights were canceled, leaving hundreds of passengers stranded. Soft-spoken television host Fred Rogers has sued a Texas-based novelty store for selling T-shirts that show Mr. Rogers with his trademark sweater and smile and a silver handgun. Instead of saying, "Won't you be my neighbor?" the shirt reads, "Welcome to my hood." We'll be back with the sports, weather, and a significant Roy Leonard show after this.
Okay, Julie, we're going all the way this time. It's the big postseason sale at Sears.
Mom, quit.
They're wide open, so all we do is keep moving.
You're so weird.
Serious shoppers know this Sears sale is unbeatable. Aisle after aisle of amazing bargains, like Sensation bath towels, 2 for $5. Now's the best time to buy at Sears.
We're on fire. We can't be stopped.
Feels pretty good when it's all going your way, huh?
Wow.
It's the playoffs of shopping.
Right.
So let's go. Sears, Sears, Sears.
Special purchase while quantities last. Price may vary in Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico.
Want to save $10 on 2 Disney videos? Look at this Sunday's Parade magazine, and you can get $10 by mail when you buy 2 animated classic Disney videos. But hurry, because Disney stops selling them January 31st.
We've got to go.
Don't miss your last chance to own the magic of the Little Mermaid, the memories of Lady and the Tramp, the heroics of Hercules, the wonder of the Black Cauldron. Get any 2 of these classic Disney videos now and save $10 by mail.
Isn't it fantastic?
Hurry, look at this Sunday's Parade magazine for these great savings. Time is running out.
WGN Sports, the Blackhawks host the Flyers, and the Wolves are in Indianapolis tonight. The annual Blue-Gray All-Star Game ended with the Gray winning 31-24, and a couple of bowl games at Aloha Stadium in Honolulu. Yesterday, the Air Force won the first Oahu Bowl over Washington. Colorado upset Oregon in the Aloha Bowl. The WGN Weather Channel forecast. Here again is meteorologist Rob Guttrow.
We'll see a high temperature today of 31 degrees as clouds begin to increase. Look for breezy conditions, too. For tonight, look for skies to become mostly cloudy. We may have a little light snow with a fast-moving system coming through the area as the low drops down to 24 overnight. Then tomorrow, look for skies to become partly cloudy as the system moves out of the area and a high near 38. On Monday, we may see some freezing rain with a high near 37. I'm Rob Guttrow with your WGN Weather Channel forecast.
We have west winds at 9 miles an hour, 80% humidity, 23 degrees at the lakefront, 22 at Midway, and down to 20 degrees now under clear skies at O'Hare. The wind chill this morning is 6. I'm Lyle Dean on Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720, WGN.
Significant? I like that line.
Well, I think so.
Hey, where's Sharon, by the way? Didn't you get the memo?
Oh, she was supposed to come in and do the news?
All wives are here today. No.
She slept in.
Oh, anyway.
She's probably listening.
Yeah. Well, again, this is the final Roy Leonard show. And I asked Joe Bartosh, my producer, if he had a chance this week, if he'd go into the Chicago Tribune files. The first show that we did here in Chicago was on July 3rd of 1967. Well, it was the first Roy Leonard show. I had come in June and filled in for Wally for a week, and then they decided they'd take a chance and give me my own show.
So they threw you in.
I was on the
as a substitute for Wally as an audition.
Well, sort of.
Wow.
We made a bet.
Tough.
We made a bet on a Red Sox-White Sox game, and I had to deliver some Boston baked beans to him. I lost. Actually, I realize now they had it rigged, because if I had won, I would have had to come to Chicago, where he was going to treat me to a steak dinner. And if I lost...
You'd win either way.
Yeah, right. Well, anyway. But I got the paper. I have the Chicago Tribune from our first show back in 1967. And what's kind of sad is nothing has changed. New fighting along the Suez. Egyptians, Israelis clash for third day.
Oh, yeah.
We're 31 years ago, we're still having problems. Cardinal Cody had just offered his first Mass as a cardinal here in Chicago. But this one amazes me. I had forgotten all about. In fact, I don't even remember this. from Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, July 3rd, 1967. Hundreds of young persons surrounded and stoned the police station as well as squad cars early day. Thousands milled through the streets until 1 a.m. when a curfew was imposed and the crowds were forced to disperse. A company of 100 guardsmen was standing by at the armory in Elkhorn. I haven't read the whole story. I don't know what their problem was, but, well, we went out with a bang, and or came in with a bang, and who knows what will happen for the rest of the day.
Well, things, I'm sure, are quieter up
you think
Lake
so?
Geneva this morning.
Anyway, if you'd like to join us on the show, the number's 591-7200. One of the things I was thinking we might do today, in between all the regular features, we'll have the movie reviews, and we'll have all the things that are going on in and around town. But if there was a significant show that you remember, something, maybe an interview that really meant something special to you, if there was something that has happened here on the Roy Leonard Show during the past 31 years that maybe, I don't necessarily think it would turn your life around, but it might have sent you into a new direction or something, you may call, of course, at 591-7200. What is it that you remember, Rich? Hey, Rich?
Yes, sir.
What is it that you remember?
Well, here's what I remember. I remember listening to Wally Phillips back when I was a teenager, working at Lincoln Park in the stand, selling hot dogs, etc.
Yeah.
And I remember Wally Phillips calling a guy named Roy Leonard in Boston. And I used to really enjoy those conversations. And when I found out you were coming to Chicago, I really thought it was a great thing for Chicago and a great thing for you.
Well, it turned out that way.
It sure did.
I was kind of scared because I didn't know. You never know whether you're going to catch on or whether whatever it is that you do will be what people want. But you remember those early... You remember the first call? Son of a gun.
Well, I remember it was quite... He had a lot of fun with you.
Yeah, well, we did I was a real Red Sox fan. I grew up, I remember watching Ted Williams at Fenway Park, and I can remember, Bobby Dorr and Frank Malzone. In fact, I still think somewhere in our basement, I don't know, Sheila, do you remember I still have that Frank Malzone third baseman's glove?
Yes, you do.
It's still there. We got a big box. Of course, with 6 kids, our basement looks like a sporting goods store. And I grew up with the Sox, and then we had this, this bet with the White Sox, and a lot of nice things have happened in between. I'm glad you remember, Rich. Thank you.
Congratulations, and have a great... I'm retired also, and it's a wonderful thing.
Thank you.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, I saw Treemster the other day. Roger Treemster came in for our Christmas party, and he says it's a ball. It's great. I mean, you don't have all those schedules and things. I told Sheila this morning when the alarm went off at 5, I said, okay, that's it. Last Saturday morning, 4:35 a.m., what were you doing 31 years ago on July 3rd? I'm out here going on the radio with my first show. What are you laughing at?
Taking all of the children, including the infant.
Oh, yeah, because Kelly was like a year old.
He wasn't even a year then.
That's right.
And we went to the fireworks.
Oh, well, that was good.
We drove through all the traffic and parked and spread everything out, got all settled in, and the worst thunderstorm you ever heard in your life started. And we had to pick up 5 kids and the baby and all the equipment and all the snacks and so forth.
Oh, jeez.
By the time we got to the car, we were drowned.
Oh, yeah.
And they announced they would do them the next night. But our 2 oldest boys had had enough. They told their little brothers that they were completely canceled because it was going to happen again.
Oh, yeah.
Saved my life.
Okay, a few memories here on the 26th of December. It's a Saturday morning, like all Saturday mornings, except for the fact that we've got gorgeous weather. If you're coming downtown to see Christmas decorations or if you're coming downtown to have some fun, come ahead. We'll have traffic reports for you all morning long as well. Can we talk about trust for a minute? Trust. That's a word that Mike Miller and the jewelers at M.J. Miller & Company would like you to think about. Everybody has a list of people they trust, of course. You got your doctor and your lawyer and your accountant and your mechanic and your plumber. Well, hopefully, you have a family jeweler. Well, people at M.J. Miller & Company don't pretend to be nearly as important as a doctor or an accountant, but when it comes to placing a fair and proper value on an article of jewelry, they're the jewelers to see. M.J. Miller & Company's reputation as Barrington's oldest and finest jeweler speaks for itself. I mean, for 30 years, they've been providing exceptional service exquisite quality, unmatched selections, and uncommon values. Nobody in the area has their combination of experience and knowledge. And that's why thousands of satisfied customers think of M.J. Miller as their family jeweler. They've earned their trust, M.J. Miller and Company. Now, they're in the Barrington Commons. They're just a block north of Lake Cook, right off Route 59. M.J. Miller and Company, Barrington's oldest and finest jewelers. We're not going to have a lot of guests this morning. Oh, we'll have Nick, of course, will be here because we got to review the movies because there are so many. Some of you may be looking for holiday entertainment this weekend. What a choice of films. A couple of special movies, like, the Music Box has got a foreign film in called Central Station. There is a movie version of a wonderful play that has appeared in Chicago. I can't remember whether it was Steppenwolf or the Goodman that did Dancing at Lunasa. One or the other. Goodman, wasn't it?
I think it was the Goodman.
Yeah, Dancing at Lunasa. They've made the film with Meryl Streep. We'll talk about that. Alfred Woodard's new movie, Down in the Delta. Here's another play. Sean Penn's in it. They've made a movie of the play Hurly Burly. And then, of course, there's Mighty Joe Young, a Disney remake. There's Patch Adams. You've heard and read a lot about the Robin Williams film. There's a new film out called Shakespeare in Love. And another big one with Julia Roberts, Ed Harris, and Susan Sarandon, a new film called Stepmom. We're going to be talking about all of those in our usual movie spot between 9:30 and 10. Now, it's 18 minutes after 8. And when you were a kid, remember when Mom told you not to play with your food? Well, of course, you still don't play with your food, but you can have fun at the dinner table as the chefs at Tsukasa of Tokyo play with the food. Have you ever been there? This is where they prepare the meal right in front of you, and it's really an art. As far as the food itself goes, there's quite a variety to choose from. There's steaks and seafood or a combination of same. Then you and your family sit around one of those Tsukasa grills. You enjoy the show. And, of course, the few special tricks that make the preparation something to remember. Of course, then you taste the great food. You like a traditional Japanese cuisine? They have that, too. The atmosphere is comfortable and casual. Everybody's friendly. The food's fabulous. So stop in for dinner or lunch, maybe. Reservations are suggested, though. 847-816-8770. Tsukasa of Tokyo. Now, they're in Vernon Hills at Route 60 and 21. They're right across from Hawthorne Mall. Tsukasa of Tokyo. It's more than just dining out. Hello, Diane. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, Roy. Pleasure to talk to you again. I remember a show that you did on a Saturday morning when you played American Pie and explained the lyrics.
Oh,
and my two teenage sons and I sat and listened.
Yep.
And from that point on, it made us closer because I took more time in listening to their music and trying to get inside their music instead of fighting it. And I thank you. I also thank you for all the Thanksgiving mornings with your shows that you took me through. Yes, that you took me through my Thanksgiving cooking.
That was fun.
It's been a joy listening to you, and I wish you all the joy and happiness. Well, you and Sheila.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Sheila and I started this at our house because, with 6 kids and what do we sometimes have 4 or 5 record players all going at once?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
What is that noise going on up there? And then every once in a while I'd listen or I'd say to one of my kids, well, now what is it you like about that? And they would try to explain to you. I can't say we necessarily understood. But,
well, we tried.
Yeah, sure. And
I never did get, though, to a Rolling Stones concert.
Oh, shucks. I did. I remember one of the first concerts I took my kids to was down here at the amphitheater. It was the Rolling Stones, either late 60s or early 70s, and Stevie Wonder was the opening act. And it was funny, too, because after watching Mick Jagger, I kind of turned to one of my kids and I said, you like this? He's a great performer, but he was sort of, androgynous, and I'm being kind.
Yes.
And I said, you like that? Well, of course they liked it, because it was different.
Exactly. And that's what we all had to understand as parents, that sometimes it was just because it was different.
Yeah, well, I was saying on the air, I mentioned last week when Joe Bartosh, my producer, found that old Stan Kenton interview I can remember my mom kind of yelling at me for listening to that devil music. It was Stan Kenton's orchestra, for heaven's sakes. Oh, it's nice of you to call, Diane.
Well, thank you again.
Thanks
It's been
for the
a
good
joy.
wishes. Thank you very much. It's 8:22 on WGN in Chicago. Pam, do you have any memory or any interview
I remember sitting in a parking lot at a grocery store. I had been listening to your interview with Pearl Bailey, and I don't remember what was said. I don't remember what you guys were talking about, but I remember sitting there with tears rolling down my eyes. I could not turn off the radio. And it wasn't too long after that when she passed away. And I don't remember what it was. I just remember it will always stay with me, the memory of that conversation that you had with Pearl Bailey, and you had such a wonderful rapport with her.
Pearl did become a nice friend. As a matter of fact, she became a friend of Sheila's more than a friend of mine. She used to send you stuff.
She introduced me to many, many books. She read all the time, and then she would send the books to me so that I could read them, and she taught me a great deal with their choice of literature.
She was one of the most warm-hearted persons I think I have ever met in my life. And remember that time Louis Belson, her husband, was receiving an award.
He was in town, and he was on your show.
Yeah, and
I heard it.
He was out at Northern Illinois University, and we drove Pearl and Louis back to Chicago, because I remember you and Pearl were in the back seat of the car yapping away about I don't know what. And then Louis and I were up front talking about music and stuff. So and from DeKalb, I don't know, it was an hour, maybe an hour and 20 minutes back to Chicago. And we had this lovely conversation. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, because...
Do you remember when she was performing downtown? It was before Christmas, and was before they made the Drury Lane downtown into a movie theater.
Oh, yeah, down at Water Tower.
And she was clipping all the coupons for sales and going out and buying toys at every store that had a sale and giving them to the children who were not too fortunate. She wanted to be sure that they were all happy.
One of the wonderful memories we all have of you and your show, Roy. God bless, and I hope you just have a ball.
Thanks, Pam.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Pearl Bailey, one of the great ones, that's for sure. 8:24, Saturday morning, December the 26th, WGN in Chicago.
This is WGN Radio News Director Tom Peterson. New Year's Eve at 8 p.m., the radio's 720 News Team presents Images 98, our local year in review.
Sammy Sosa and McGuire made history.
They locked us all in one room for an hour, and you can listen in as we reflect on a year that history won't forget.
I hope you had the time of your life.
Radio 720 WGN.
Make Mertz cheese a New Year's tradition in your home. Mertz is pure Wisconsin-aged cheese that's all natural and has no preservatives. With 8 different varieties from which to choose, Mertz will be an added delight to all your favorite foods.
Stay around for the brilliant sound, so get on board, we're pleasure bound. Listen to the roar, let it show.
You guys please break that thing. You remember that one too, don't you?
Yes.
That's my, that was an old theme song that they had. The station I was with in Boston decided to go music. You know, they'd been talk for a long time. They decided to go music, so we all had theme songs, and I thought I had destroyed all the old copies of that, but they won't let me forget. I got a copy of the Chicago Tribune back in July of '67. That's when the Roy Leonard Show started on WGN. And I was looking here at television, and the big television shows. Rat Patrol, the Andy Griffith Show was then, in prime time. Family Affair, Peyton Place was big, and what else was on at night? Run for Your Life was on. Television was not a very important part of our household, never was. In fact, I wonder if Sheila remembers why we got our first television set. Do you remember why?
Oh, we were shamed into it.
It's very, very embarrassing.
The kindergarten teacher said that our son had never seen television, and therefore he didn't know what other children were talking about. And this was a handicap for him.
Really, I don't know why we never did get a television set. We just never really cared about it that much.
No, we didn't have time to watch it.
Well, no, I mean, I was working like 12 hours a day, and you were hanging diapers, and...
I didn't see you on television until I was invited to one of the neighbors' homes.
Oh, jeez. That's right. I was doing
put it on for the news.
I was doing the news at 11, back in the East, you know, the 10 o'clock news is at 11 o'clock. And I was doing the 11 o'clock news on Channel 5 in Boston for Shell Oil and Victor Coffee. I remember it well. And I'd been doing it for months, and you had never seen it. So,
Not then.
So finally a neighbor had a television set, so a neighbor came over. Yeah, we were embarrassed. Kindergarten teacher said, if your son is going to be a member of society, he's got to at least know who Mr. Rogers is, or Captain Kangaroo. But then we did get a television set, but it wasn't on that often, if I remember correctly. The kids watched a couple of kid shows, and you never watched it, did you?
I never had time.
But in all honesty, I didn't think you cared that much.
And Kip bought his own set so that he could see the hockey game.
Oh, that's right.
And baseball.
Yeah. Our oldest son, he was shoveling snow, if I remember correctly, wasn't he?
He shoveled paths into the woods because a woman wanted to let her dog run in the woods and not get all cold and wet.
Oh, jeez. So he shoveled snow, made enough money, and bought his own television set so he could watch the Bruins. Oh, well. Hey, that's not all bad. 8:28 on WGN in Chicago. Good morning, John.
Hi, Roy. Hi, Sheila.
Hi, John.
Well, all I can say is soccer is losing its one kind voice on radio. And
maybe I can turn Kaplan around. Do you think?
Well, I don't know.
He played. I mean,
people are lost causes. I remember you doing Sting games and just talking about soccer on radio and stuff, and. We will miss you, that's for sure.
I'll see you at the Fire games.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Okay, bye.
Do you remember when we got into soccer? I think Carrie wasn't
when
Carrie?
Carrie started
Our
playing.
number 2 son started playing soccer because he wasn't really. All the kids played sports, and I guess as with most kids, you start off playing everything. He wasn't crazy about football, so he came home one day and said he wanted to play this new game that the coach had suggested he play, and he started playing soccer. He really liked it, too.
Yes, he did.
And I think we tried to go to most.
We all liked it.
Yeah, actually, you did. And you liked it better than anything you had seen before.
Well, I liked hockey, kids hockey, best, and I liked soccer, which was very similar. Because we had started with hockey in
back in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
The kids, and now it's picking up here. And in fact, I turned on my TV the other night, and they've got Pee Wee hockey on the Access Channel, and it's great to see the little kids play. And hockey was a very popular sport with real little kids. They loved it. Hey, it's almost 8:30 on WGN in Chicago. We got to take a break. We got news. We've got Paul Harvey. We'll have all the movie reviews, all that's going on in town. Don't hesitate to join our final show at 591-7200.
In a world of words and images, previews and advertisements, in a world of hype and promotional gobbledygook, shtickety-plickety, in a world of flugel dread pipes with tippy sidebars and radial thundermonks, in a world of glandular mist with jiggly trumpet mum jam and funky punky monkey junk, Blue Man Group at the Briar Street Theater. For tickets, call 773-348-4000 or call Ticketmaster.
Planning a vacation? For all kinds of valuable travel information, be sure to listen to the Roy Leonard Show this morning at 11:30 for the AAA Travel Show.
Hey, that's right. And we've got some special news during our AAA travel segment about some of the trips that Sheila and I will be doing, and we invite you to join us next year or the year after or whatever. But now it's 8:30, and Lyle Dean has the morning news on WGN.
Our headlines include Iraq claiming enemy planes attack an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit and were driven off. It's the second time in recent days that Iraq claims such attacks. The U.S. and British officials deny their planes were involved. Let's check traffic. Here's Catherine Vale in WGN Traffic Central.
Northbound, there's an accident off to the side near Willow on 294. Otherwise, no major reported problems or delays on the expressways or tollways. We're off to a good start, commuters. If you're taking the Edens, wide open. Kennedy applies too. If you're taking it to the airport, won't have a problem. Eisenhower, Stevenson, Dan Ryan all look very good. And the tollways, Tri-State, Northwest, North-South, Route 53, Lakeshore Drive included, in fine shape. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
Democratic Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan has come out for censure of the president. Moynihan is a senior member of the Senate and one of the first to criticize the president's sexual behavior. Chicago police are looking for a 17-year-old Rogers Park boy in connection with running down a 2-year-old boy on Thursday night. The boy's not been home since that hit-and-run incident. Stores are opening early today as merchants try to cash in on the post-holiday buying binge. Some retailers have cut prices as much as 70% to lure crowds of shoppers. We'll take a look at the forecast after this.
Classical music meets country in the new musical comedy Cowgirls over at Northlight Theater. Trouble begins when a classical music ensemble is mistakenly booked into a country western saloon. The classically trained musicians meet the challenge and actually learn country music overnight. Oh, it's a hilarious evening of musical theater that you don't want to miss. There's Northlight Theater, and of course it's so convenient to get to, right up there, right across from the old Orchard Shopping Center with lots of free parking. Bar number is 847-673-6300. Cowgirls, a great family treat for the holidays, and kids can get tickets at a bargain, $15. 847-673-6300 for tickets to Cowgirls at Northlight Theater.
The WGN Weather Channel forecast from meteorologist Rob Guttrow.
We'll have temperatures in the 30s for the next couple of days. Look for clouds on the increase today. It's going to be breezy with winds from the west becoming south. And then tonight, skies will become mostly cloudy, and we may see a little light snow move in as the low drops down to 24. Tomorrow, skies will become partly cloudy and a little milder temperature-wise. We'll see a high near 38. On Monday, look for some freezing rain with a high near 37. I'm Rob Guttrow with your WGN Weather Channel forecast.
Currently, west winds at 9 miles an hour, 84% humidity, 23 degrees at the lakefront, 22 at Midway, and 20 officially at O'Hare. I'm Lyle Dean on Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720, WGN.
Details on those and other stories about 9 o'clock? Or if anything really important happens, you'll break in and tell us about it right away? Sure. Okay. I didn't mean to throw you. Sorry about that. A little earlier, I mentioned that we have the Chicago Tribune for July 3rd. That was a Monday. It was the first time we had our own Roy Leonard show on WGN back in 1967. Actually, the headline is a sports headline, but I'm saving that when we talk sports with Kaplan. Paul Harvey will be along in a little while. Here, just a couple of minutes from now. But, Patty, you had a memory?
Hey, Roy. Thanks so much for all the years. It's been great.
Good.
We'll miss you. I'm sure Sheila will be happy to have you home.
Well, she wants me to clean the basement. Maybe she'll get that done.
You might have to get another job.
Anyway,
I remember longer ago than I would like to admit that I was listening to you and you played the Barbra Streisand You Don't Send Me Flowers.
Yeah.
And put it together with the Neil Diamond You Don't Send Me Flowers.
And you know what? I still think our version was better.
You do.
And by the way, the young man who did that, my producer at the time, Peter Marino, has moved on to bigger and better things. Actually, he works for Merv Griffin in Hollywood now.
Ooh.
Are we going to get Pete later? I think we're going to get him later. Maybe I'll get him on the phone later this morning and talk to him. And I will bring that up because that was his idea. He did it. He went into he got Barbara's record and Neil's record. He went into the studio with one of our engineers.
It came out great.
And mixed it. And again, they heard what we had done, and they went into people like you called, and it was a popular thing.
Yeah.
So they went in the studio and did it, but I still think ours was better.
I liked it.
Thanks, Patty.
Take care.
Nice memories. Yeah, we got a lot of them today. Hey, Donna.
Hi, Roy.
Yo.
Firstly, you're going to be missed something terribly. I wanted to mention the fact that my husband Terry and I have always been fans of Irish folk music, and you were the first person that ever talked about or interviewed the Chieftains on the radio. And we were able to, I guess, get some direction as to where to find this wonderful music. And it was always very difficult to find something by them. And now, all of a sudden, Celtic music is so popular.
Yeah. Well, you can thank the lady sitting to my left.
I was thinking that there might have been some influence there from the Boston Irish.
Yeah, well, her maiden name, is Sheila Marie Finn.
Yes.
And between the Finns and your mother was what, an Ahern?
Oh, my.
So between the Finns and the Aherns and countless others.
Oh, that and also the Southside Irish. My husband is Southside Irish, and it was just so wonderful when we heard that there was an album, a record out there.
Oh, I love that.
And so I just want to say thank you so much for that. You've helped us really find some great sources for music.
Thank you.
You will be missed.
Thanks, Donna.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks so much. Hey, by the way, you know, Joe's going to, not Joe, is going to be here next Saturday. This doesn't all, come to an end. Williams is going to be the host on Saturday mornings, and Dean Richards is going to be the host on Sunday mornings. And, things will stay the same. Nick will be around to review the movies and all of the things that you have been accustomed to, all of the things that you need to know about what's going on in Chicago will still be heard on WGN, where now it's 8:37.
New America Online 4.0, the easiest internet online service, just got easier. To order, call 800-4-ONLINE. America Online, so easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Sign up today.
Hello, Americans. I'm Paul Harvey. You know what the news is. In a minute, you're going to hear the rest of the story.
Dream a little dream with me.
Wouldn't it be great if you could say, I love my job? Well, I do, really. I'm a designer at Walter E. Smith Custom Furniture. They hired me because I've got a flair for fashion, and because my friends are always coming to me for design advice. Now I get paid for it. I work with energetic, professional people at a growing company that's been in business for over 50 years. If you've got a flair for fashion and your background is in interior design, art, or retail sales, you should join the Walter E. Smith design team. They're the market leader in custom furniture, and they're opening more stores, so they're hiring more designers. They offer growth potential, an awesome training program, great benefits, and top pay. Call their job line at 1-800-WITH-AN-E. 1-800-WITH-AN-E. Walter E. Smith Furniture. You dream it, we build it. Be a designer at Walter E. Smith, and you'll say, I love my job. Equal opportunity employer. Call today, 1-800-WITH-AN-E.
Now hiring for their new Geneva store.
You've seen the exciting new studies suggesting that eating foods rich in folic acid and vitamin B6 may help reduce your risk of heart disease. Hey, where are we going to get these essential nutrients? One sure way is in Total cereals. Total, the only leading cereal with 100% of 10 vitamins and minerals, including folic acid and B6. No other leading cereal even comes close. Total Raisin Bran, Total Corn Flakes, one bowl, 100% of B6 and folic acid. Don't settle for less than a Total breakfast. And hey, great for snack time, too. Now, the rest of the story. In an era when lords and dukes and kings and knights ruled over the peasant-populated villages, at a time when avenging Turks threatened a continent weakened by plague and by 100 years of war, and in a place where the tales of Robin Hood and marauding pirates were living legends, in that time and place lived a young boy named Willie. In Willie's boyhood, the Dark Ages were still dark, and Western civilization struggled for survival. And yet, with each passing year, as Willie grew, so grew the hope of Europe's future. Christopher Columbus had discovered America. Feudal factions were being replaced by stable monarchies. Willie's well-connected family had promised him the education of a man of influence. Not just any education, but the best in all England. What endless opportunities there would be for a well-schooled young man at this birth of a new era. Due time, adolescent Willie left his family and home in Gloucestershire, England, began his studies at Oxford. Sheltered beneath the fabled cloisters, he studied the languages and the literature of the ancients. He read of the Babylonians and the Persians, the Greeks and the Romans. By the time he finished his studies at Oxford and then Cambridge, he was a scholar, with a scholar's comprehension, with a scholar's position, for waiting for him in his hometown of Gloucestershire was employment with a wealthy, noble family. Willie's hopes and plans and destiny, everything seemed ideal. Could anyone have a future as bright? But education, comfort, stature, as it turned out, were not satisfying to the fledgling tutor. As days and months passed, he yearned for new challenges, and within a year, Willie's restless ambition introduced him to a London smuggler named Monmouth. Humphrey Monmouth. And under Monmouth's influence, Willie plunged into a life of crime. And with the same tenacity he had exhibited in college, now once again life became a thrill, a quest, a challenge. He knew his adventure would be to get caught, and if he got caught, it was punishable by death, and yet there seemed no turning back. For the longer Willie labored in the manufacturing and smuggling of his contraband, the more successful he grew. The more successful he grew, the more hunted he became, and at the age of 32, Willie was one of the most sought-after criminals in all the Western Hemisphere. And over the next decade, over the next 10 years, this scholar-turned-criminal was chased across Europe in a relentless game of cat and mouse. In every instance, Willie outsmarted and evaded his pursuers until one day, middle-aged, Willie, brilliant, now notorious outlaw, was captured in the Belgian port of Antwerp. And so it is recorded that Willie, who had abandoned luxury to become an outlaw, Tyndale, Tyndale, William Tyndale, was strangled and then burned at the stake for illegally writing and publishing and distributing the first English translation of the Holy Bible. Now you know the rest of the story.
You'll learn a lot if you stay right here. Paul's Rest of the Story every Saturday morning, and then weekdays in the middle of the afternoon, too. And Paul's Noon News is coming up at noon today.
Radio 720 WGN.
There's no vision. There's no vision by the owner.
Well, the vision would be to hire a Seifert or a Mike Holmgren. So
a Three Bears.
Yeah, but that, I guess what you're saying is that would never happen.
Hampton, Waddle, and Cause.
The crazy thing is, how many fumbles and turnovers have we had in the line of scrimmage with our back?
Join David Kaplan with the Three Bears tomorrow morning at 9.
On Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720 WGN.
If it ain't eggs, it ain't breakfast. I love eggs. If it ain't eggs, it ain't breakfast. I love eggs.
Why settle for a cold breakfast when you can have a couple of eggs with a down-home goodness all their own?
If it ain't eggs, it ain't breakfast. Oh, I love eggs. The incredible edible egg.
The American Egg Board.
Can you remember when you first came here to Chicago? What was
Chicago
16?
is my second home.
I
Yes,
know it.
John Hughes put me on the map. John Hughes, I kiss you and your whole family today. Now, this is what I'd like to say. Chicago, I came here when I did. Skokie is like my first home. Skokie,
Great.
Illinois.
Great.
The Skokie Hilton, and I shot 2 other films, Breakfast Club and Weird Science, which was my favorite. Weird Science should have made more money than it did.
Hey, no, wait a minute. That's your favorite movie, and yet it was
Yeah.
the least successful.
Isn't that ridiculous? Well, I was the best in that, really. I mean, I'm a comedian. I know it.
There's a fellow that was in you, was with you in
Yeah.
Weird Science. A guy by the name of Robert Downey Jr.
Superstar.
Who and he's, by the way, he's in the new movie, which we'll talk about in a
Yes.
minute.
So is Jim McMahon, Chicago.
Yeah, that's an interesting scene. But,
That's a superstar.
Well,
Jim
so is
McMahon.
Howard Cosell.
Superstar.
By the way, which is kind of too bad in a way. Howard, his hands are shaking. Did you notice
Howard
that?
is 93, Roy. I'm sorry. No, he's seriously about in his 70s, but he's Howard Cosell. So what are you going to say about Howard Cosell? You know, you can hate him or love him. People are going to like or not like what you do anyway. So basically, I'm here to help. I don't believe I'm better than anyone. I just want to do what I can do.
Yeah. Well, you practically ruined my career. Were you around that day? Anthony Michael Hall. Worst interview I ever did. Were you listening at home to that?
Yes.
Sheila's with me today, by the way. She's one of these people that always had the radio on, and she was probably sitting at home wondering, why doesn't he kick that kid out of the studio? Get rid of him. He was stoned out of his gourd to begin with. He was listening to an FM radio on his earphones. And
I knew you were too stubborn to give up.
You're right.
You were going to make him do it.
Yeah, I was going to try to get an interview out of Anthony Michael Hall. Well, we got an interview. It wasn't very good. And then Gloria Vanderbilt. That was a bad one.
That was funny.
Yeah. Speaking of interviews, hi, Lucille.
Hi.
Who do you remember?
Oh, gosh. Mickey Rooney. He had to be the absolute worst.
Maybe this is a good time.
He had his own agenda.
Oh, man. You know, there's a great, I don't think this has ever been told on the air, and I can tell the story now. Mickey Rooney, at one time, was a delightful person. I don't know what happened to him, but he has become one of the most obnoxious celebrities on the face of the earth.
Egocentric.
Oh, I mean, he is so self-centered.
Mm-hmm.
He cares not a whit for what you want to know, but he comes into the studio. I mean, I wouldn't have him on the air if you paid me, but we've had a joke here at WGN. Whenever Mickey comes through town and wants to be on the radio, they'll call and say, will you have Mickey on? Oh, gee, I'm busy that day. But we'll give him to John Williams.
Oh, no.
Or I think we did this to everybody. When Ian Punnett was here, we sent him over to Ian.
Oh, no.
The big joke at WGN is when the unknown new guy doesn't know any better, we give him Mickey Rooney. And, of course, we have to suffer the consequences. I wonder what happens to people like that and why he became so obnoxious as he did.
I don't know, but I think, was it Margaret Hamilton, the witch at Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
That was another horrible one.
Oh, really? Oh, no.
I'm not recalling who did the interview.
Well, I've had her on. As a matter of fact, Margaret did a sweet thing for us. I interviewed her many, many years ago, and maybe my wife remembers. She sent us those pictures.
She sent pictures.
Stills.
And autographed to each boy by name.
Oh, how nice.
From the Wizard of Oz.
Oh, how
the
nice.
Wicked Witch of the West.
Now, why do I remember it as being bad?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't recall. You know what? I don't recall either, except she was a lovely lady. But anyway, I'm glad you brought up Mickey Rooney, and I appreciate it if you never bring
bad
it up again.
News.
Thanks a lot, Lucille.
Bye.
Time in Chicago is 8:47 WGN. I'm Roy Leonard. My wife Sheila is with me. This is our last show. And John Williams is going to take over. He'll be with you every Saturday morning. Incidentally, all the features that you have come to know and love will continue on WGN. You'll hear all the movie reviews, and Ann Liber is going to be talking theater, and she'll review the new plays along with Dean Richards. And what are your memories, John?
I remember back in September of 1967 when General Binding Corporation had a Salute to Mexico picnic. You and Sheila and the boys came out.
I know who this is. John Kraske was one of the first people in the Chicagoland area to really befriend us, I might say, because you didn't really know who I was.
Right.
But I remember, Sheila, you remember when
it was wonderful. Everyone was busy and it was a holiday weekend, and our boys didn't think anyone lived around because everyone had their own plans.
Yeah.
And they were very lonesome. And John invited us all to come over to the picnic.
That was a nice thing to do, John. And, of course, since then, John Kraske has become a friend of almost everybody on WGN. John, from his years at General Binding, learned... What is that thing you do? What do you call it?
Lamination.
Lamination. Yeah. In fact, by the way, thanks to Lyle Dean, I have those two beautiful... laminated mementos that you... In fact, I have them in my office. I looked at them this morning. Where do you get all those pictures?
Well, WGN used to have that book that came out, What's Going On.
Oh, sure.
And I collected all of those, kept them for years. Well, they only went about 4.5 years.
That's great.
And anytime it comes in the paper.
Yeah, well, so what John Kraske does is he laminates this stuff so, it will not turn yellow with age. And I've got a lot of memories thanks to you, John.
And we've got a lot of memories with you, Roy.
Thanks for calling.
And good luck.
I really appreciate it.
All right.
Say hi to Maggie.
Keep in touch. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
We have made so many friends over the years. Do you realize that?
We're very lucky.
We really are. People often ask trips we take. Don't you get tired of doing that? Not really. And look at all the friends we've made. I mean, these are permanent friends that we keep in touch with.
We have a much better time because we know all these people now, and so many repeat that we feel like we've just gone out and picked up a group of friends to travel with.
That's right. Speaking of memories and making friends, I was looking at some of the things. We've talked a lot about what happened on July 3rd of 1967. That was the first Roy Leonard show in Chicago. But here, on December the 26th, one of the highlights in history, this is the date back in 1944, when the Battle of the Bulge finally came to an end. That was when the 101st Airborne, remember, they were really locked in around Bastogne in Belgium, and this is when the 4th Armored Division broke through and helped to end the famous Battle of the Bulge. And we were there just a couple of months ago.
They finally got a break in the weather. That was how
That's what did it.
End it.
Yeah. The Battle of the Bulge was fought in and around Bastogne, Belgium. One of our favorite places to visit in the entire world is a little place called Maastricht in the Netherlands, and which is really only, maybe like an hour away, I think, from Boston.
Yes, I think that's
We've been there a number of times. And outside of Maastricht in the Netherlands is that American Military Cemetery, and we had a wonderful experience. You probably know about it because we talked about it earlier this year there when we visited a special grave of an American soldier. And if you ever get to that part of the world, remember that big American tank?
Oh, yes. It's wonderful.
Right downtown in Boston. They've got a big American tank. Kids crawl all over it, have their picture taken. Oh, and then you can go out to the Nuts Museum, too.
We first went there ourselves, just the two of us.
Remember that bus trip?
And we took the most wonderful bus trip. And whenever anyone says that people are not friendly to Americans, they have to go to that area because they are very friendly to Americans. We were the only Americans on the bus. And the bus driver spoke in the language of each group that was there and said we'd be the last because he had a little trouble with English, although he really didn't.
Right.
And we wanted to see where the Battle of the Bulge was and where the Nuts Museum was. And he asked the people in every language if they would mind stopping there. And they applauded and said that.
It was amazing.
And then they wanted to take us down to that big tank and to the Eisenhower Memorial. And we must have kept them a good half hour from their regular trip.
All right. I'm glad Sheila remembered that because they especially, I think, remember Americans mainly from the Second World War. That was, Maastricht was the first city in the Netherlands that was liberated by the American Army. And if you ever get a chance to travel, go to that part of the world. They remember Americans very well. It's 8:53 already. News is coming up at 9. Kaplan will have sports. And we'd like to share some memories here on the final Roy Leonard Show with you today. Hi, Pete.
Hi, Roy. How are you?
I'm well.
I'd just like to thank you. I was at the Erie Crown Theater when Harry Connick was in Chicago, and I heard you talking about him on the radio. And through your efforts, I believe it was you who were very, very instrumental in getting Harry Connick introduced to the Chicago audience.
I was very surprised. A week ago Friday, over on Channel 9, they were doing a little last broadcast thing, and they got Harry on the phone live. And we hadn't talked in quite a few months. He's an amazing young man. That's kind of an interesting story, too. Do you remember that weekend we first saw him?
Oh, yes. You had come in late. You'd done the early morning show.
We're in New York, or Sheila's in New York with one of our theater groups. I had to do my Saturday show, hopped on an airplane, went to New York, went to another show, and here it is. It's like midnight or 1 a.m. in New York City on a Saturday night, and I'm exhausted. And somebody had told me that we had to get over to the Algonquin Hotel.
We stood in line.
And they said this kid was playing, and I said, oh, come on, I'm tired. I want to see some kid play the piano. But we did, remember?
We certainly did.
Stood in line, got a seat, and this kid came out and started playing the piano and singing. I couldn't believe how good he was.
He was so wonderful and so young.
And I remember you're bragging about him, and he acknowledged you at the theater. You were sitting in the pit over there, and he says, this is the reason I'm in Chicago, Roy Leonard. And that was a very nice tribute to a great guy.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right.
One of the nice things, about being in the business that we're in is that we get to meet people. We get to hear records by unknowns. And I think over the years, it's been a pleasure. I can think of people like Harry Chapin and Steve Goodman. Remember, his mom came and visited with us last week at the Museum of Broadcasting. Jim Croce came on the show and performed live, I think, before anybody else ever heard him. And Mary Chapin Carpenter, before anybody had ever heard of her. She was sitting here in the studio singing her songs. And it's been a pleasure, and we'll have a few more memories for you. We also, of course, want to know about are you ready here to make plans for the rest of this weekend? Let's go over to our WGN Weather Channel and see I forget who's on duty this morning. Hey, Rob, are you there today?
Yes, I am, Rob.
All right.
How are you?
I'm fine, Rob. Rob Guthrow. This is the last time that we'll be talking, by the way. From here on in, John Williams will be talking to you on Saturday mornings.
I understand that. Congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
And how are you doing this morning, Sheila?
Fine, thank you.
Nice to have you here, too.
Thanks, Rob.
We've got a pretty nice forecast for you for the rest of the weekend. We've got lots of sunshine to begin with, and then we'll see clouds increasing this afternoon with a high temperature near 31. We've got a fast system moving through tonight. Skies will become mostly cloudy. You may see a little light snow, too, as a result of this, as the low drops down to 24. Tomorrow we'll have skies becoming partly cloudy as the high gets up to 38 degrees. Monday may be a little sticky with the commute, with some freezing rain and a high near 37.
Did I hear you guys talking about snow up in New England and snow in New York City? Was it yesterday or the day before? Or that storm that kind of zipped up the coast created a lot of havoc, I guess, along there, didn't it?
That's absolutely right. There was some actually lake effect snows, but we've had some freezing rain in the southeast, which have made things pretty nasty.
Okay, but here for Chicago, you couldn't have it better. We'll talk to you later this morning, Rob. Thanks.
Okay, Roy. Thanks.
Rob Guttrow in our WGN Weather Channel forecasting room. Remember the first year we came out to Chicago and they didn't hardly have any snow at all?
It was the year after their big storm.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, 67 in January. Was that? Yeah, I think it was January. The big storm that you guys had back in the early part of 1967. Remember, we came here. I started the show in July, and then Sheila and all the kids moved here in September. But that first winter...
You remember the moving men laughing when we had all the sleds and skis and so forth? We had lived on 3 hills. They could both ski and slide in the backyard.
Yep.
And they asked us what we were going to do with them here.
Because snow early in 67, but then the winter of 67 and on into 68, there wasn't hardly anyone.
Very little.
I don't think we ever used those sleds or anything. All right, here, almost 9 o'clock in the morning. It's the 26th of December. A whole bunch of new movies opened, and if you happen to be a movie buff, Nick will be here, and we'll talk about them all as we usually do between 9:30 and 10. And all of the other features, too. If you need to know what's playing or you want to take the kids to a show, we'll have the Hot Ticks report. Or you can just call, and if there's a certain memory that pops into your mind, don't hesitate to call us. The number is 591-7200.
Now here's the Fresh Report from Dominic's, the Fresh Store.
Hi, folks. Jerry here with the Dominic's Fresh Report. I'm in produce gathering greens for my famous vegetable soup. Yeah. Okay, it's not famous, and it's not even my recipe, really. But it is delicious, and my vegetable soup is low in calories and high in roughage, too. Let's see, I got the cabbage, carrots, green beans, onions, parsnips. Ooh, I need tomato juice. What was I thinking? Yeah, see, I make a huge pot of soup and then freeze half of it. I think homemade soup tastes even better the next day. The flavors tend to meld and heighten. I love it when the flavors meld, don't you? Now, 'tis the season for soups and stews, so get to Dominic's for all your fixins. They got stuff for your basic soups like chicken noodle and standard stews like Irish stew. Plus, there's all the ingredients for more exotic soups like pasole, fartai, and cioppino. Gesundheit. Hey, you want to share your favorite soup recipe? Give us a call, 708-947-4340. And that's the Dominic's Fresh Report. Happy cooking!
Shopping Geneva? Visit the Mill Race Inn with its stone walls, fireplaces, and magnificent river's edge setting. The Mill Race Inn is legendary for its many years of hospitality, outstanding food, and excellent service.
We were looking at a copy of the Chicago Tribune for Monday, July 3rd of 1967. Tower Chicker was written then by Herb Lyon. And back in 1967, he gives the best bet for weekend entertainment. Chad Mitchell and comic Dick Cavett at Mr. Kelly's. And Fats Domino was playing at I don't even remember a place called Scotch Mist. Don't remember that one. Anyway, a few more memories are coming up, but now it's 9 o'clock. That's news time on WGN in Chicago. Yes, we are a Tribune broadcasting station. It's for Chicago's news and talk. And for the news, of course, there's Lyle Dean in the newsroom.
More accusations from Iraq. Steve Fawcett describes his balloon landing and the key shopping day of the year. Details on the Saturday headlines after WGN Traffic with Catherine Vale.
And it's really a clear picture on the roads. It has been, and I believe it will be so for the rest of the day, except for in the parking lots at the malls. That's where you're going to find the traffic and the congestion. Right now on the roads, though, they look real good. One minor problem to mention, that is northbound on the Tri-State, right at Willow. There's an accident. It is off to the side, but we've got some gapers that are checking that out, so just proceed with caution if you're heading north on 294. Otherwise, no major reported problems or delays on the expressways. They all look good. Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower, Stevenson, and Dan Ryan moving well with no problems. The tollways all look very good. And one final note, and that is that 355 ramps are now open, the new ones, and that's at the interchange of the north-south tollway and Boughton Road. They are now in service, and it's 25 cents. Just drop it in the toll. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
Iraq claims enemy planes attack an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit but were driven off. It's the second time in a week that the Iraqis have made such a claim. The U.S. and Britain have denied any attacks. However, the 4 days of airstrikes on Iraq by American and British forces have brought a call by Osama bin Laden for Muslims to confront, fight, and kill Americans and Britons. Bin Laden is the accused mastermind of bombings at U.S. embassies in Africa. Tens of thousands of Americans in southern states are still without power, that from Virginia to Louisiana. Utility crews have been working around the clock to restore electricity cut by ice storms. Chicago and Steve Fawcett is talking about another try to circle the world nonstop in a balloon, despite a rough end to yesterday's effort just off Honolulu.
We were skimming along the water. I wish I'd counted the number of times we bounced. It must have been 50 times before the capsule finally dug in. And then we climbed out and jumped in the water.
A Coast Guard helicopter was circling and picked up the three balloonists from the shark-infested waters. They got about halfway around the world until falling out of the jet stream. If you plan to get in on some of the after-Christmas sales today, better plan on some company.
Lips change hands than money, because most people aren't buying, they're exchanging. American Express estimates 116 million Christmas presents are returned every year.
A man running errands for his own Christmas party was fatally shot last night by one of two teenagers who argued. It happened near Robinson Ellis's home at 81st and Jeffrey. Also on the south side of Chicago, a 22-year-old man was found dead after he failed to show up at a family Christmas gathering. No arrests and no witnesses in that shooting. A London newspaper says a trader with a Chicago-based company lost more than $8 million in an unauthorized transaction on a London financial exchange. The newspaper reports in today's editions that the London International Financial Futures and Options Exchange is warning its members not to trade with Griffin Trading Company. The Chicago Fire Department has made a list of 17,000 residents who have had their gas or electricity disconnected. And today, the firefighters will be checking on those residents and dropping off lists of tips to prevent fires. WGN News Time, 9:04, the weather and sports coming up.
The Paulina Market has been family-owned and operated now for nearly 50 years. I guess that fact alone pretty well speaks volumes about their reputation for quality and service. That's why people travel from all over Chicagoland to make the Paulina Market that number one choice for the best meat and poultry. See, they still maintain the highest standards of quality and freshness. They've got the best. They've got the freshest smoked meat and poultry. Because, you know, they do everything on the premises just like an old-fashioned meat market should do. You go in and you tell them how you want the pork chops cut and how thick you want that steak, and that's the way you get it. And, of course, with their own smokehouse, both the hardwood and the gas style, you know, the hams and bacon and sausage are going to be the best. And they got Spike's mustard to go along with all that good stuff as well. Now, if you grew up in that 3500 block of North Lincoln Avenue, you probably know the Paulina Market. But maybe you're new to town. Well, get to know them. They're open 6 days a week, 3501 North Lincoln Avenue. And if you've never been to Paulina Market, now's the time. Give them a try.
The WGN Weather Channel forecast. First reminder that David Kaplan is standing by with all the sports in just a few moments. The forecast clouds will increase, giving us a mix of clouds and sunshine today. Breezy conditions, high of 31 down to 24 tonight. A little light snow is possible tonight. Tomorrow, skies becoming partly cloudy with a high of 38. On Monday, some freezing rain is possible. Currently, we have west winds at 8 miles an hour, 71% humidity, 23 at the lakefront, 23 at Midway, 29 officially at O'Hare. We have a wind chill of 9 right now. I'm Lyle Dean on Chicago's News and Talk Radio 720 WGN.
Thanks, Lyle. Lyle Dean will be checking in, of course, in an hour. That's when our next regularly scheduled news is. However...
Are you nervous? Huh?
Why? Because the boss came by? Yeah. Collins has come up over the years with all sorts of ways of expressing his affection for Jim Dowdle, our boss, who just came. It was nice that he came by today to say hi, and that's appreciated. No, not nervous at all. What the heck? What's he going to do, fire me? It's 6 minutes after 9 on WGN in Chicago. Although, frankly, hey, Cap, I have never done a show with, the big boss sitting beside me in the studio. And, of course, he does have a great deal to do with the Chicago Cubs, so you ought to be nervous. Dave Kaplan is here.
How are you?
I'm fine, for the Plumbing Council of Chicagoland.
Well, I can't tell you what an honor it's been to do the sports for you for these years.
Hey, by the way, I just found out earlier this morning, Sheila knows where my Frank Malzone third baseman's glove is. I thought I had lost it.
You got it, huh?
Oh, sure. Hey, listen, Joe Bartosh went up into the Tribune archives, and he got me the copy of the Chicago Tribune for the day that the first Roy Leonard show was on the air, Monday, July 3rd of 67. And you know what the headline is?
Tell me.
Cubs win, tied for lead. Ferguson Jenkins pitched a 3-hit game and hit a double and a triple yesterday as the Cubs moved into first place with a 4-1 victory over the Cincinnati Reds before a crowd of 40,464 at Wrigley Field.
That was the start of some very good times at Wrigley Field with a very young ball club at the time. You had Ron Santo, and you had Billy Williams and Fergie. You had a heck of a ball club there.
Back on the sports page, there's an American League story. Eddie Stanky said today that the infectious baseball with which Leo DeRocher's Cubs have been thrilling Chicago fans in the last week will carry over to the White Sox in the week ahead because, as he put it, the fans just want to see baseball.
They just want to see good baseball.
The top 10 batters in the American League, you've heard of a kid named Frank Robinson.
Pretty good player.
Al Kaline and Yaz Yastrzemski. Man, my kids were so mad. The year, remember 67, what happened in the American League?
Yes.
Of all years to leave Boston. In the National League, Orlando Cepeda was tops in batting, closely followed by Roberto Clemente and who's the number? And McCarver from the Cardinals. Anyway.
67 was a great year in Boston.
It really, we had a lot of fun. Hey, but listen, this is 1998. We got to find out what's on the sports page today.
Well, yesterday, pretty quiet. It was Christmas Day. We did have a couple of bowl games yesterday. Let's get you caught up on the finals in those. In an all-star game, the Gray came from behind and beat the Blue 31-24. Two bowl games of note. Colorado, in a shootout, had a huge lead early and held on to beat Oregon 51-43. And Air Force proved they are for real. They beat a very good Washington club yesterday. The final on that ball game, 45-25 over in Honolulu. Today, we do have NFL football, the last regular season weekend of the National Football League schedule. Minnesota is at Tennessee. Tennessee has to have a win there and some other help around the league tomorrow to get a playoff berth. And Kansas City is at Oakland to close out Oakland's very disappointing campaign. At one point, they were 6-2, and now they sit without a chance to get to the playoffs. The Bears have completed their preparations. They are going to take on the Green Bay Packers tomorrow. Be a nice way to finish up the season with a victory over Green Bay. Coach Dave Wanstead's fate still sits in doubt, but there is some rumor now that Michael McCaskey will make some type of a decision on Monday rather than leaving the head coach twisting in the wind. Will he be back is a real good guess right now. I don't know what people are hearing around the city, but the people we've talked to up at Hallis Hall seem to indicate there's a strong chance that Wanstead is going to return for his 7th season. Bears sit with 4 victories on the season. One more run at it, they could win 5 on the year and improve, actually, over their 1997 record last year. They finished at 4-12. Don't forget the 3 Bears will be around for pregame and postgame action starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll actually be with you on pregame and postgame because we'll be calling the Northwestern Long Beach game at Welsh Ryan Arena tomorrow afternoon. We'll carry that here.
Of course, if we win tomorrow, though, that lowers our draft choice, right?
That exactly hurts our draft choice.
So you win, you lose. Hey, one call that kind of has to do with what we're talking about, Dave. Hey, Ken.
Hi there, Roy.
what are your memories?
Well, I go back to the time when you were doing the Let's Play Ball with the baseball program.
Oh, yeah, right.
And I was one of the fortunate ones that ended up winning the World Series tickets that year, back in 1984.
Wow.
And I remember the time, and it was fabulous from the standpoint that I just had been on a 2-day trip, and I was going on to another 2-day trip, but you got me on the Wednesday I was there at work.
Yeah.
And it was amazing how our listeners of WGN really tune in, because I remember at the end of the first contest, you had said, well, Ken has made 12 runs, and within minutes, someone was calling in and saying, no, he had 13. And then the following Saturday, we had the runoff from a lady from Naperville, I believe.
Right.
And we were able to compete, and I ended up with 3 runs, and she had 2. And they're fabulous. I was in the military reserve, and my daughter and wife was able to go to the series, unfortunately in Detroit, since we didn't play in Chicago that year.
Oh, well.
But then I was able to come, and we met some fabulous friends through the various sponsors that year in which they had the World Series.
When we started our play ball game, this was the game where you just pick out a number, and we had some preset plays. And early in the series, we had an actual World Series on the air. This is what Ken's talking about, where 2 people played against each other, and we actually sent you off to the World Series.
Yeah, it was neat when my son and I was able to come down to the studio and pick up the tickets to go. And it was very interesting to sit with you in the studio and just say, hey, this is where they broadcast from.
Hey, I'm glad you had some nice memories, Ken. Glad we could share it with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you
I'd
calling
be
in.
more than willing to represent the station each year at the World Series.
I'm sure of that. I was just thinking, though, I've never been to a World Series. Been to an All-Star game, because we had All-Star games here in Chicago. Went to the first night game at Wrigley Field and got wet. I remember.
Remember that? 88.
Oh, yeah. And another memory is, speaking of wet, I just happened to think of it. Sheila, we had all the kids. The last football, remember in football when they used to have the All-Star game, the college All-Stars would play, what was it? They'd always play, was it the winners of the previous Super Bowl, I think?
Exactly, the NFL champs.
That's right. The college All-Stars would play the NFL champs. The last one that was played at Soldier Field, we had a downpour late in the game. In fact, they called the game. I don't think they ever finished the game. I never saw it rain so hard in my life. But we had a good time anyway.
Well, you know what? I've been to the World Series. I've been to the Super Bowl, the Final Four, the Kentucky Derby. Through our jobs, I've been very privileged to see some great events. But I'll be honest with you, the most exciting game, single one-night event I've ever been to was the wild card playoff at Wrigley Field.
Oh, yeah.
That was the most electric thing I've ever seen. It was absolutely unbelievable. Hopefully, we'll see something like that again this year, and the club has put a lot of money into returning this team for 1999. Keep our fingers crossed that some of the pitching steps up, and Sammy has another great year, and you can come out and be our correspondent there, since you're going to be doing the soccer reports for us.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, listen, I might take you up on that.
We would like to have you do it. I'm serious.
Thanks, David.
We also have a bowl game today, the Insight.com Bowl, which I don't think was around when you first started.
No, it wasn't.
We didn't have .com back then, but West Virginia takes on Missouri, and then in the Heritage Bowl, Bethune-Cookman will be in action this afternoon. So that gets you caught up on what's going on. No news on the NBA lockout. It enters day 181. But Kevin Willis, if you missed it the other day, player for the Atlanta Hawks, said, here's the deal. If you let us have a secret ballot, it would pass. The majority of players want to get back to work. But David Falk, who is a well-known agent, he represents Michael Jordan and Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning. He seems to be the spokesman behind the players' union, and they are right now saying there is no secret ballot. If the union's negotiating committee says it's not a good deal, they do not vote. So we continue with a lockout.
Wow. All right. Well, we got a great weekend of sports in Chicago. The Saturday Sports Report with the Plumbing Council of Chicagoland will continue on, of course. You'll be talking to John Williams on future Saturday mornings, and I'll be sitting at home in my pajamas listening.
Well, I want you to know again what an honor and a privilege it was to work on your show.
Thanks, David.
You are the man.
Appreciate it, man.
Congrats.
9:15 on WGN in Chicago. If you'd like to share a few memories with us, the number is 591-7200. Remember, a whole bunch of new films open, and, if you're one of those people who, on a holiday weekend, wonders, are any of these new movies really worth watching or worth spending $7 to see, or shall I get in before the prices change? Maybe it's only worth 50 cents. We'll cover them all for you in just a little while.
Hi, I'm Bob Ryan of the Plumbing Council, and today I'd like to claim a point of personal privilege to say a few words about our gracious host, Roy Leonard. And Roy, I'm sorry I can't be with you in person on this occasion of your last show. More right after this message from the Plumbing Council of Chicagoland.
What is it that makes Chicago one of the great cities in the world? One reason for sure is its workers. For over 100 years, Chicago Union Plumbers helped build this beautiful city by the lake. Union Plumbers do things for the community, too, like sponsoring the St. Patrick's Day Parade or throwing a Christmas party for needy kids. Join us in a pledge to make Chicago even greater in the 21st century.
A little over 4 years ago, we decided to begin our radio program, Ask Your Plumber, to promote the plumbing industry, to help the homeowner with common plumbing problems, and help educate our consumers. As a novice advertiser, I think we got real lucky. We got on the Roy Leonard Show on Saturday mornings here on WGN Radio, and I know that all the people in the plumbing industry couldn't be more pleased with the results. Roy, you provided one of the best shows in radio as a backdrop for us to get our message out to the public, and you've always delivered our commercials with style and class. On behalf of 450 Plumbing Council contractors, Chairman Bob Avino, and all the local 130 union plumbers headed by Jerry Sullivan, I'd like to wish you nothing but smooth sailing in the future. Remember, Roy, if you ever need a plumber, you know who to call. And be careful getting in and out of those sunken bathtubs over in Europe. I'm Bob Ryan. See you next week on Ask Your Plumber.
Oh, thanks, Bob Ryan. I told him once, because we're very fortunate in that we have been able to travel a lot. However, as Sheila will attest to, for some reason in Europe, the bathtubs are about twice as high as they are in America. And getting in and out of them is tough.
If you're not tall, you can't make it.
Hey, do you remember by the way, Bob knows this, we were fortunate in the area in which we live. We had some great union plumbers. But when we moved into our house, we had only been there, was it like one day?
No, we've been there 2 weeks.
Oh, all right.
And the kids told me the house was on fire. And I was getting the baby up, and I came down, baby underarm, and looked down, and there's water in the floor in the basement and steam coming up.
Oh.
Hence they thought fire. But it was very hot water because the bottom had fallen out of the water heater.
Oh, jeez. And that's one of those big 40-gallon jobs, too.
And that was only the beginning.
So where am I?
Started calling. You're at work.
Oh, of
You're
course.
always at work. And you're going to be sorry when you stay home. I had called the fire department. I called the water department, the police. And no one could get in because, being an old house, the shutoff was way at the other end.
Yeah.
And they had to get special boots to be able to walk in.
Oh, yeah.
And to turn the water off. Meantime, it's getting hotter and worse.
Oh, God bless.
In the midst of that, a policeman came up to the door carrying Colin, who had been hit with a hockey puck while he was down at the... And I'm still holding the baby under my arm. And I looked at Colin, and I knew he needed stitches, and I said, well, just a minute, I'll just throw some things on it. What am I going to do? One of the older boys, I said, you're staying here. I'm going to the hospital with Colin. And off we went, stitches.
And we got a new water heater, too.
Yes.
Thank God for union plumbers. Time is 9:20 on WGN.
NU Hoops, live.
The Northwestern Wildcats get their final tune-up before the Big Ten season starts when they host Long Beach State tomorrow afternoon at Welsh Ryan Arena. I'm Dave Ennett. Coach Joey Meyer and I bring you every shot, starting with a pregame tomorrow at 12:45, game time 1 o'clock. The Wildcats and Long Beach State tomorrow on Chicago's News and Talk. Radio 720 WGN.
Where it's 9:20, and I'm really kind of honored. The boss got up a little bit early and put on his bright red Christmas decorated sweater here. Jim Dowdle dropped in to say hi this morning. Hey, thanks for coming by. I appreciate that.
Well, my pleasure, Roy. And I just really wanted to say how pleased we have been with you through the years. Boston's loss was really our gain, and you have just contributed so much to GN and the Tribune Company. I just want to say we're going to miss you, but I know you and your lovely bride will get your traveling shoes on and do a lot of traveling, but you really won't be too far from us up in the North Shore, and God bless you and have a happy and healthy New Year. I really can't say enough of what a tribute you are to this radio station.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I've said over the past couple of weeks, some people have had some very nice things to say. It is especially appropriate when it comes from your peers. What we do is to serve the public, to be sure, but when somebody in the business kind of recognizes what you do, it means a lot. So thank you. Hey, I've had a good time here. It's been enjoyable. I mean, come to think of it, all the people that I've had a chance to meet, get out to a few ball games at Wrigley Field, and we've had a good time. And by the way, it's been a great company to work for.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just looked at my ESOP and and my savings incentive program, and hey, you know what? It's been worth it. Thank you. It's 9:22 on WGN in Chicago, and we're sharing our final Roy Leonard broadcast with all of you. If you want to call in, if there's something that has happened over the years that maybe has turned you in a new direction, or if we've been able to introduce somebody to you that you might otherwise not know about. Well, Joe, what are your memories?
Hi, Roy. You are valued to Chicago. We'll miss you.
Thank you.
You introduced Newfoundlands to me.
Oh, our dog.
Many, many years ago, you started speaking about them, and I started breeding Newfies. In fact, I used to have a big black and chocolate-colored one. I met you on a couple of the locations.
Right.
And an English Mastiff, too, so with about 600 pounds of dog, people used to...
You know, it's interesting about our Newfies. One of the things that we've always had a big dog, because, we have 6 kids, and I just didn't feel it was fair, and I think Sheila felt the same way. It wasn't fair to have a small dog.
No, he deserved a better chance at life than that.
Exactly. They needed the size to take the loving.
Yeah.
Sure.
We had German Shepherd, then we had a St. Bernard, and then we had a Great Pyrenees, and then we got into Newfies. And I tell you, the Quants, Gene and Bob Quant, introduced us to Newfoundlands. In fact, they brought back our first Newfie from upper state New York many years ago, and it is such a gentle, warm, loving breed of dog. Needs a lot of care, though, as my wife will attest to, and as you well know.
Oh, yeah.
But our Newfie has found a new friend in the neighborhood. We've got one of the most beautiful Russian wolfhounds, and
Irish wolfhound.
I'm sorry, Irish wolfhound. And I think there is a Russian wolfhound too, but this is an Irish wolfhound. His name is Duffy, and Duffy and Stormy met recently, and they really like each other. They're real buddies. Now, Stormy weighs about 153 pounds. Duffy is 175.
Right.
And when those two guys get together, it's a lot of dog.
They rumble into each other.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Newfies. Continue to do so.
Have an excellent life.
Hey, thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. 9:24. We'll be reviewing movies soon.
Roy, this is Buzz Kaler from Kaler Travel Works. I just couldn't let your last Saturday morning show go by without taking a moment to wish you all the best. It seems like just yesterday when I heard your first WGN broadcast. Hard to believe it was 31 years ago. Chicago radio just isn't going to be the same without you. Your movie and theater reviews were always as entertaining as they were accurate. Your celebrity interviews were unbeatable. And since our business is outfitting travelers, we were especially partial to your weekend travel programs. Roy, I also want to tell you how much all of us at Kaler have appreciated your kind on-air remarks about our stores, as well as your personal appearances over the years. You've been a good friend, a wonderful spokesperson, and a valued customer. So, Roy, enjoy the change of pace. Thanks for the memories, and whenever you need some new luggage for one of your overseas tours, you know who to call.
That's true. You know, it's interesting that Buzz... Thank you, Buzz. That was very nice. This has happened to us quite a few times over 31 years. A company that we have done business with just as regular customers eventually becomes a sponsor. And I know, Kaler, you discovered Kaler.
Oh, we've been shopping there for years.
Yeah. In fact, I think the first time I went was the old Evanston store, which is still there.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I remember that time we were about to leave for England, and I got out my luggage, which was in very good shape, but as I went to unzip it, I broke the zipper. And, you know, we only had about 2 or 3 hours to pack and get to the airport to go to London. And I called up Kaler in Evanston, and the guy said, "Oh, we'll come right down." You know, hopped in the car. They repaired the luggage in about 20 minutes, and off we went.
That was wonderful.
And the same thing with Sunset Foods, remember?
Oh, yes.
The first big, you know, kind of market that Sheila discovered was Sunset Foods up in Highland Park. And we've been shopping there for 31 years. And then they became sponsors on WGN.
Yes, I still go every week.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right. But anyway, to all of you who have had a part in all of this, we thank you. And if you had a story or something that you wanted to share, we'd be happy to talk to you this morning. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, Roy. How you doing?
Things going well.
Well, congratulations on your career and everything.
Thanks.
I'm 26 years old, and I grew up listening to you my whole life. One of your shows that really sticks out was, I want to say, back in January of '86. You always used to play the #1 song of the week.
Oh, yeah, right.
#1 song was the Beastie Boys, Fight Your Right to Party. Big song for my age group. You would not play it. Your exact words were, ignorance is bliss.
Oh, gee.
If I live to be 200 years old, I'll never forget that because, you know, come on, play that song.
Oh, yeah. No, he won't play it.
That's
great. Oh.
But, yeah, thanks a lot. You know, you tuned me into the plays and movies and everything. It was nice listening to you.
Thanks, Andrew.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I didn't think WGN was ready for the Beastie Boys, although I think I was the first guy ever to play the Grateful Dead on WGN. Nick DiGilio just walked in.
I tried, Andrew. I tried to play the song.
Yeah. But GN wasn't quite ready. We played almost, over the years, though, almost everything. And, yeah, we used to do that. We used to play the top songs of the week.
You know, and never in a million years would I have ever thought that the Beastie Boys would hit #1 with that song anyway, so I was kind of surprised when you were put in the position to have to play that song.
Let's go back to the telephones for a minute. Hi, Michelle.
Good morning, Roy, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
My most fond memory is all the years you played international phone calls.
Oh, yeah.
For all of your friends out here in Radio Land.
Yep.
And believe me, there was very seldom a dry eye as we listened. But my favorite phone call is the one you made on my behalf.
Oh, remind me.
You called Chile.
Oh, yeah.
To my friend who had been an exchange student with my family approximately 30 years before.
I remember that. Yes.
And
we had a hard time. If I remember correctly, it took us quite a few tries to get through.
It probably would have helped if I knew her phone number, but I didn't know it.
We found the phone number, but then it was hard to get through to Chile for one reason or another.
That was back in 1989, and I have to tell you, Jimena and her husband and one of her sons have been here to the States twice. We've met with them, and we did stop by WGN with her, but unfortunately you were not in that day.
Too bad.
But she still talks about the great man with the great voice in Chicago.
Oh, isn't she sweet?
It was really a tremendous change in my life, having to contact her again.
Well, you know, those Christmas phone calls were the joy of my life, even with the amount of time that we spent putting them together, because when you call all around the world, you have to be very careful of the time frame. And as you know, because we tried to set up things in advance, we would get in here sometimes at 6 or 7 in the morning in order to reach a country at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was fun. It was rewarding, and there were some marvelous memories. And you're right, we were all in our eyes, I think, quite frequently.
I still am.
Thanks, Michelle.
Congratulations, and God bless you.
Okay, thanks so much. I wish we could find another word for retirement, because, as you know, there's no such thing. Our lives are just going to take a different direction. Tell you about some of that. But we're going to get to movie reviews in a moment, and maybe find out why Sheila Leonard doesn't go to the movies. A lot of you may be surprised at that, but I'll let her tell you.
Rubschlager cocktail breads, rye, pumpernickel, honey, whole grain, and sourdough. Special displays at your favorite supermarket will remind you to have enough Rubschlager bread around for holiday entertaining and everyday enjoyment.
This moment of tranquility in these hectic holidays is brought to you by the Brita water filtration pitcher. Brita turns tap water into clear, refreshing water. Now that you know what gift to get everyone, you can do something unusual this time of year. Relax.
Listening in your car? Well, pay attention to what Catherine Vale has to say, because there might be a traffic tie-up. Then again, maybe it'll be nice and free-wheeling for this day after Christmas. How is it, Catherine?
Actually, we do have one little problem, Roy, and that is inbound on the Kennedy, the rollover accident in express lanes at Montrose. It's just about cleared up. It's off to the side, but be careful, commuters. Otherwise, no major reported problems or delays on the expressways and tollways. Edens is wide open. Kennedy looks good. That rollover almost gone. The Eisenhower is wide open. Stevenson, Dan Ryan in great shape. And the tollways, without any problems, on the Tri-State northbound, the accident north of Willow has been cleared. And that is a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
Nick DiGilio's here. Nick and Roy have been covering the movie beat. You're going to continue covering the movie beat with Uncle John, aren't you?
Uncle John, yes.
It was so funny. Last week when we were at the Museum of Broadcast Communications, Nick was there and John was there. And I found out that John and I have a similar taste in movies that aren't always in line with what you like.
Well, yeah, John didn't like There's Something About Mary.
Which is probably on your top 10.
No, it's not. But
okay.
It was one of my favorite movies.
But the big question is, people often say to me, well, you know, you never tell how Sheila feels about the movies. Well, there's a reason for that.
I seldom go.
But why don't you like movies? Well, I've never been able to get a really solid answer. So now
They're too gory. I don't care for the language. I like happy movies. And if it's not going to be happy, I don't want to be there.
Yeah, you don't like to be depressed.
And besides, with you and the boys, I never had to see a movie. I got it word from word from each one of them.
Well, that's right. We'd come back from a screening, and I'd say, hey, I got to tell you about this movie I saw. And I'd tell her the whole plot. Then one of the kids would see it and describe the parts of it that I had forgotten. So, frankly, you know the plot of every movie ever made anyway.
Oh, sometimes you didn't see the same movie from the plots I heard.
Well, maybe that could be. But I have taken Sheila to a couple of movies that I thought, for instance, I remember when Home Alone came out. We had this advance notice.
That was there.
You were there at the Old Orchard Theater. They had the screening of Home Alone, and I figured, well, this is one that she would like. It's about kids. It's about family.
Don't do me any favors.
You wanted to leave halfway through. And I would have left halfway through, except I wanted to see how bad it was going to get.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what do I know? One of the top
grossing movies of the 90s.
Of all time.
We all thought it was terrible. Everybody in this room thought it was terrible.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, there's a movie out this week. I thought I had seen one of the worst movies of the year when I saw that Frosty the Snowman movie, or whatever it's called.
Jack Frost, yeah.
Jack Frost. But I saw a movie almost as bad, a movie called Patch Adams. Is Robin Williams getting to be one of the most annoying actors ever on the screen?
I don't know about getting to be. I think he's been there for about 14 years now.
I can't believe...
He drives me crazy. Well, he always has gotten under my skin.
But in this movie, even more than ever.
Please.
This is one of the most manipulative, poorly written movies that will make you so mad because it could... The idea behind... See, the idea is true. When the movie begins, this guy, Patch Adams, has committed himself to a mental institution because, he's suicidal, he's got a lot of problems. So he goes into this mental institution. He's played by Robin Williams. And suddenly he learns that somehow he has a rapport with the loonies, in the mental institution, which, by the way, are terribly...
stereotypical.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're just it's almost embarrassing.
Yeah, it's like a Python sketch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But anyway, he finds that he has a way with them. He's able to bring them out of some of the problems that they have. So he decides at midlife now to become a doctor. And actually, supposedly, this is based on a true story.
Right.
This guy, Patch Adams, evidently did become a doctor. And so he goes to this college, but instead of, being kind of serious about the whole thing, he clowns his way through med school. For instance, there's one scene that it still bothers me a lot. Remember the scene where his roommate accuses him of not studying?
Yeah.
Do
Do you know in the movie, we never see him studying once?
Yeah.
I mean, how did he get these top grades?
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you never see him study. You never see him really work. He puts clown shoes on and walks around with a red nose.
Yeah, and
sanctimonious movie. It's just it's an unbelievably melodramatic, self-righteous, sanctimonious movie that drove me crazy. And Robin Williams at his worst. I mean, at his absolute worst. It was one of the most annoying films of the year.
As a matter of fact, I have not read one good review of that.
Well, I don't think you will. I love Roger's first line of his little capsule review. He said he wanted to spray the screen with Lysol.
Good for you, Rod.
Couldn't sum it up better than that.
Okay, so as far as we're concerned, you can skip Patch Adams, one of the year's worst.
New America Online 4.0, the easiest internet online service, just got easier. To order, call 800-4-ONLINE. America Online, so easy to use. No wonder it's #1. Sign up today.
You know, Roy and Nick at the Movies is brought to you in part by General Cinema's Yorktown 18 and the Premium Cinema in Lombard. And if you haven't been out to these theaters to see some of the good movies around, then you haven't really experienced state-of-the-art film viewing. With, digital sound, with stadium and rocking chair seating, with love seats, kind of snuggle up, for two, a soundstage cafe that has Starbucks specialty coffees, a 2,800 square foot interactive game room. There are 2 birthday party rooms that can cater your every party need. In addition, at the Yorktown 18 is America's first premium cinema. That's where you can enjoy a fine feature film and the pampered surroundings that include valet parking. There's a coat check, soft wide leather chairs, private lounge that serves gourmet appetizers. There are salads and light entrees and desserts. There's champagne and fine wines and premium beers. Admission to the premium cinema is, of course, 21 years and over, and the popcorn is free, by the way, with every visit. The Yorktown 18 and the premium cinema located in Lombard, just off the East-West Tollway. Now, for more information, here's the number to call, 630-495-0010. General Cinemas Yorktown 18 and the Premium Cinema in Lombard, 630-495-0010. A lot of films open this weekend. There are a couple of that I did not have the chance to see, and there's one I know that has won a few awards, and I've read a little bit about it. A movie called Central Station.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah.
Anything special?
Yeah, it's about a woman who writes letters for people. It's a sweet movie. The woman actually has won all kinds of awards. And I can't remember. I wish I could remember her name.
Well, anyway,
the actress who plays the part. There's a relationship between her and a 10-year-old, and it's a sweet movie. It's foreign. It's got subtitles. I saw it about 3 months ago.
Oh, geez.
So it's sort of waning in my memory, considering that in the past 3 weeks I've seen 150 movies. But it's definitely worth seeing. It's only at the Music Box, but it's a really sweet movie with a good performance.
There's another film that's only at a couple of theaters, and I was kind of disappointed in this one because I loved the play. In fact, Mark Harrow had a very interesting article in, I think it was yesterday's, maybe it was Friday's paper or Thursday's paper, about the transferring of plays to the screen and the remaking of old movies.
Yeah, two plays
this week.
Yeah, 2 plays made into movies came out this week.
Yeah, Hurly Burly and Dancing at Lunasa. Now, Dancing at Lunasa, we saw that in New York or London, didn't we?
We saw it in London and New York.
Yeah, that's right.
I saw it here at the Goodman.
Remember, they did a great job with it.
Fabulous.
It's a wonderful play.
Great play.
But I got to love with you, the movie is disappointing. Now, it's not a terrible movie. In fact, it's another fine performance by Meryl Streep. You know, she gets to do another accent, which she does extremely well. But what was so warm and wonderful on the stage just doesn't happen on the screen. And you know what, Nick? I can't figure out why.
Well, there's something about the lyrical quality of the play that actually worked on stage. There was sort of like that. The movie is too, I guess, literal. The movie is too flat. There's nothing magical about it. There was something spiritual about the play.
It's about a group of sisters who live sort of on the poverty line, in Ireland. And there's a brother in the family who's been off in Africa as a priest, and he comes home. By the way, I did not like the way he was played, as much as I love the actor who played him. He just played him off the top. He was too much of a nutcase. And
it was absolutely wrong. The way that he was directed to play it was wrong.
Michael Gambon is a great actor, but miscast or misdirected in this film. Anyway,
it does show you the wonderful happiness that the Irish seem to have, even on the poverty level. There's something warm about their family relationships, and these sisters are wonderful, but it doesn't work.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It just the play was a lot better.
How about Hurly Burly? I didn't see that.
I liked it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Not many. I read a lot of kind of mediocre reviews.
Well, it's not a great film. This is another movie that worked better on stage. And the problem is it's a very claustrophobic movie. It all takes place basically like in a living room of a second-rate actor's apartment of his house.
Oh.
And it's just a bunch of losers from on the fringe of Hollywood who just get loaded and take coke and pass out and get loaded and take coke and pass out and talk about just very aimless souls. It's not the most... Sheila, you would not like this movie.
I'll miss it.
Yeah. And Sean Penn is really terrific in it. Chaz Palminteri, Gary Shandling is in it.
Really?
Anna Paquin. The most disturbing thing in the movie is Anna Paquin. Now, I remember Anna Paquin in the piano doing little cartwheels on the beach. She's a little girl, and now she's like she's a little floozy in this movie, and it was very difficult for me to watch that stuff. Meg Ryan is in it, and Kevin Spacey. All the performances are good. It's an interesting play. It doesn't really amount to a lot, except for watching a lot of juicy performances given by good actors. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
Okay, that was Hurly Burly, and the other one we talked about was Dancing at Lunasa. Oh, and there's a lot more to talk about at the movies.
Radio 720 WGN.
The Washington Post-style invitational asks readers to take any word from the dictionary, change it by one letter, add, subtract, or change one letter to get a new word, and then supply the new definition. Reincarnation is coming back to life as a hillbilly.
Welcome to the world of John Williams.
John, you're on WGN.
A mathematician. That's someone who reads a couple of books on math and then goes on the air and talks all about it. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. Try the veal.
Try the veal.
The John Williams Show.
You know, Steve, they're doing their own shows at home now.
Yes, they are.
Afternoons at 12:35.
You know what the scary part is, don't you? They're dead set on.
Chicago's News and Talk.
Try the veal.
Radio 720 WGN.
When you buy a used car from a new car store, you get a great deal and a great deal more.
If the people selling the used car can't service it down the road, then buy it down the road. That's one more good reason to buy your next used car from a new car dealership. Your new car dealers can service any used car they sell. In fact, new car dealerships are the only ones who can service vehicles sold used but still under factory warranty. And you can drive with confidence, knowing that all of this was formed by factory-certified technicians. Remember to buy your next used car from a new car dealership. Because if the people selling the used car can't service it down the road, buy it down the road.
When you buy a used car from a new car store, you get a great deal and a great deal more.
Hi, I'm Robin Leach. With the arrival of the holiday season, many of us will be traveling. I certainly will. Family here, family in the UK. And I'll be relying on Melatonex from SunSource to help me get a good night's sleep. You see, as we age, our bodies produce less of the natural melatonin we need to maintain a natural sleep cycle. Melatonex replenishes that melatonin, and its unique formula releases it gradually, the way our bodies do. So I get a good night's sleep no matter where I am. For a happy and restful holiday season, remember, it's more than melatonin, it's Melatonex.
We'll get to more of the brand new movies to talk about, but Lois had something that she wanted to share with us. Hi, Lois.
Hi, Roy. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you.
Thank you.
We received a lovely gift certificate to that Yorktown Premium Theater.
Oh, yeah, the one we were just talking about.
Yes, and they're going to have Waking Ned Divine, which I know has wonderful ratings. Our concern is if we're going to understand it. We had a real problem with Secrets and Lies and the Full Monty.
Oh, really? I don't think you'll have any trouble.
Are you talking about the accent?
Yes.
You know what? I can't tell you if you're going to have trouble with them or not. They're speaking with Irish accents in this film.
And yet, Gina, I had no trouble with the two that you mentioned.
Oh, you didn't? Well,
No.
we did. We just couldn't understand
Maybe you're
it.
trying, you know what? You may be trying too hard. Sometimes when you hear an Irish or an English accent, it may take you a couple of minutes like, we go over to London a lot and we see a lot and we hear a lot, and very often in a play, Sheila, you'll agree, for the first 5 minutes sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you have to become adapted to it. But if you kind of sit back and wait You'll
Yeah.
usually
It'll
pick up
happen.
the rhythm of
Yeah.
the speech, especially the Irish.
Yeah.
But-
I don't think you'll.
Oh no, you.
with it.
Oh, and it's such a great movie.
Oh, I know it is.
It's one of
but
the best of the year.
We don't want to.
Go see it.
We will see
Okay.
it. Okay. And let me wish you a wonderful retirement and a
Thanks.
wonderful rest of your life.
Hey, thanks very much. I'm really looking forward to it. Nick is here, of course, because we got to talk about new films. And I didn't see everything, but I think Nick has seen almost.
The only one that I didn't see, which I'm going to see after your show today, is The Faculty, which is this crazy horror film about aliens.
How's the new Mighty Joe Young?
It's not as good as the original Mighty Joe Young. It's action packed. I mean, you know, they take the ape out of the jungle, they bring him to the city, and all hell breaks loose. Bill Paxton is in it. Charlene Theros is in it, and
Bill Paxton is in everything.
He's in everything, isn't he? He's in what I consider the best movie of the year, Simple Plan.
Yeah.
But you know, it's the thing about this movie is that the effects are great. You can't tell. I mean, it looks like a real ape. I mean, it's flawlessly. The effects are unbelievable. It's fun to watch. But Disney is advertising this movie as though it's really, you know, fine for really young kids, and it's not. It's too intense. It's not really overtly bloody or anything, but it's pretty intense and it's pretty violent. And I wouldn't take kids under maybe 9 to see it. And I mean, they're advertising it as though it's like this sweet Disney movie. It's not. There's some pretty intense stuff in it. But if you're a special effects geek and you like to watch an ape run around and climb on things, you'll like it. It's okay. I just wouldn't recommend it for really young kids.
I was not looking forward to reviewing movies today because, well, you know how I felt about Patch Adams. And I'll be honest with you, I know a lot of people are going to go to Patch Adams and they're going to just get all wrapped up in this wonderful man. But, I mean, it's so phony that I didn't like it. But I know some of you will. There's another movie I feel the same way about this week.
I know where you're going, Roy.
With really with pretty good performances, at least the two actresses, the main actresses in this movie.
Yeah.
I really liked Julia Roberts. I thought Ed Harris did the best he could with a thankless role.
Oh, man.
And Susan Sarandon, who I really love. But I did not like this new movie, Stepmom, at all.
I liked it even less than Patch Adams.
Oh, my God.
If that's possible.
No, that's not possible. You can't do that.
I can't. I could not. I hated this movie.
I just didn't like it because I don't feel it was honest. Again, I felt it was manipulative. It seemed to me that...
you know, Roy, it's really funny. You get to smash Chris Columbus twice today because you were talking about Home Alone earlier.
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah,
Chris
he's
is
a Chicago
listening.
guy, too.
I know. It's
Chris. Well,
where
some of us have talent, some of us don't.
No, I mean, he's made some great...
Has he?
Yeah, Chris, let's see. Let me
He wrote Gremlins. That's about the only one I can remember that
I like Gremlins.
Yeah, me too, but he wrote that.
Anyway, this movie is about...
He did Mrs. Doubtfire, Roy.
I didn't like that either. Anyway, this movie is about Ed Harris, who is he divorced or just separated from? No, he's divorced.
Yeah.
He's divorced from Susan Sarandon, who's bringing up the kids. But, of course, he gets to see them. His new girlfriend is Julia Roberts.
Right.
And we kind of have to tell what happens in order to review them.
Well, there's Julia Roberts has never had kids before. She doesn't really know how to be a mom. She's brand new to the game. And Susan Sarandon, there's a lot of animosity between the two because she's younger and because she's prettier than her, and Ed Harris is moving on with his life, and she's sort of not. I don't know if you want to get into what happens in the third act in the movie.
But what happens is, like bring your box of Kleenex because, something happens that is it's awful.
They've been talking about it. We don't need to give it away. But it's very funny that the advertising for this movie, all the commercials, all the trailers, all the advertisements don't mention it.
No.
It's because they don't want to turn people off.
And you will be turned off, I think.
Absolutely. It is shameless. It's like Patch Adams. It's manipulative and shameless. And I wanted to leave after about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I just felt I sat there the whole time feeling bad for Ed Harris. It's like, I feel bad for Ed Harris.
But you know what I couldn't understand? 1 minute, Julia and Sarah. One minute they're getting along. The next minute they aren't. Then it's not well written.
No, it's terribly written. There's a decent performance by the oldest daughter in the movie. And I can't remember her name. She plays the 12-year-old daughter, the 13-year-old daughter, whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
And she gives a really decent performance. She's got a lot of nice screen presence. She's got future.
Yeah.
So aside from finding a little gem in there, it's a terrible film.
It's called Stepmom.
Yeah.
However, some of you are going to go and probably I don't know why, but It's your life. It's also 10 minutes.
What do you care? You're retiring.
It's 10 minutes before 10.
New Year's Day, you're feeling green, the weather's gray. Big guys on TV are getting black and blue. Is this any way to start a new year?
Of course not. Get off that old brown couch and get purple. The furniture store, that huge purple building in Plano, is having a Get Purple celebration January 1st and 2nd with great savings, prizes, and fun for the whole family. How much can you save? How purple can you get? Wear purple and get 11% off a single item. Paint your face, get 15%. Plum out of purple. Get a sticker at the furniture store, good for 7% off any item in their vast showroom. Plus, there's no interest and no payments until the year 2000. But wait, there's more. A playhouse for the kids, 5 big screen TVs for bowl game watchers, and a prize drawing for a giant screen TV. So get purple at the furniture store on Route 34 in Plano. Noon to 6 January 1st, 8 to 6 January 2nd. Closed December 31st and Sundays.
I'm Roland Gartner, owner of Gartner Buick Hyundai Saab. You hear a lot of people talking about being number one, but you never really hear why or what it means to you. Gartner is number one in the Midwest because we give big discounts. People call us the big discount store because we know price is important, and we have the volume to back it up. We stock over 500 new cars. No one has a better selection. We're also number one thanks to record-breaking customer loyalty. Gartner customers keep coming back and back, and they bring their friends and family. So if you're considering a new Buick, Hyundai, or Saab, and you want a big discount, no problem. You got it. Our convenient location is right across from the Fox Valley Mall. And remember, a little drive to Gartner means a big, big discount. For more details, check out GartnerCars.com or see the Gartner ad in Sunday's Tribune.
It's now 9:52, or if you're left-handed, it's 8 minutes before 10. We'll get back to... By the way, there is a movie that we liked this week. But before we get to that, hi, Linda.
Hi, Roy. I just want to thank you. Over the years, you have introduced us to books, to movies, but especially films. There's been so many good films that you've told us about, little hidden gems that we'd run out and see before they closed. And most recently, Yuli's Gold. We would have never seen that movie if we hadn't heard you and Nick. And
oh, thank you.
It has been wonderful, but I just have to tell you, over the years, you only steered us wrong once.
Which one?
The Village People, that musical, that time you thought was fun. That was probably the only one.
Can't Stop the Music? That's one of the worst.
That was your bad day.
That was one of the worst movies ever made, but there was something...
Roy, did you give that movie a good review?
No, I don't think I gave it a good review.
You said it was fun and something, and so we thought, well, gee, we're going to go see this, and
oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well,
but
I apologize.
We forgave you for that.
Thank you.
All the good things.
I'll send you a check for $2.50 or whatever. I think probably it was because Alan Carr was probably sitting beside me.
Probably.
Yeah,
That's probably what it was.
Show.
You know, and I didn't want to insult him, you know.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. Thank you.
You didn't have Steve Guttenberg on the show, did you?
No, I didn't. Okay. All right. There is one film that comes out this week. I haven't got my top 10 together. In fact, I may never bother because...
You don't have to, Roy.
That I think is one of the best movies of the year. It's a film called Shakespeare in Love. Now, it's set in Elizabethan times, and Marlowe is the... it was Christopher, yeah. Christopher Marlowe is the top playwright of his day. And there's this young kid, you know, Queen Elizabeth is heading the country. We're 1582 or something, I don't know, or whatever the year was. But anyway, Christopher Marlowe is the top playwright in London, and there's this young upstart, this guy named Will Shakespeare.
Yeah.
And he's writing a play called Romeo and
Ethel. Yeah, and Ethel.
Romeo and Ethel.
All right.
And things aren't coming together. He's having problems with the theater. He owes people money. I mean, life isn't been so hot for him right now. But anyway, Romeo and Ethel may get him out of debt. Who knows? And he meets this...
it's writer's block, too, he's suffering.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he can't seem to get going on the thing. Yeah. He meets this lovely rich girl, played by Gwyneth Paltrow, who is such a great actress. Now, in those days, in Elizabethan days, of course, women were not allowed on the stage.
That's right.
But he would like her on the stage. She wants to be on the stage, so she disguises herself as a man, so she can play... on the stage, a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And
that whole Victor Victoria thing. But, well, I mean, or 12th Night. It goes back to, it's like I think it's about 12th Night.
It is so well acted. It is so well it is so funny because it doesn't take itself seriously. I mean, there are a lot of great jokes in this play.
That's the thing about this movie that I want to emphasize. When people see the title Shakespeare in Love, and Ralph Fiennes' brother Joseph Fiennes is in it, and Gwyneth Paltrow, it's a cop, Judi Dench and Jeffrey Rush, Ben Affleck, you know, So you're thinking to yourself, Shakespeare in Love, wow, that's going to be a stuffy costume drama, you know, Merchant Ivory. This movie is hilarious, and it's also really insightful. Lots of people probably don't know the inner workings of what was happening in terms of performing theater in those days. And you get a great backstage, it's like a backstage thing, and it's really fun. And, I mean, but really, really funny and accessible to anyone. You don't have to be like a Shakespeare buff. I think anybody would enjoy this movie, and I just thought it was really, terrific.
So go see it.
Yeah,
really.
absolutely.
It's called Shakespeare in Love.
Yeah.
Did we cover them all?
I think, everything, but of course the Faculty, which I'm going to see in a little bit.
Okay. All right, one quick call. Marie wanted to say something about stepmom. I'm sorry. Marge?
Hello?
Yeah, you wanted to say something about stepmom.
Yeah, I know. I'm listening to your review, and you both gave it bad reviews, and Patch Adams.
Oh, well.
However, okay, my husband, we wanted to go out to the show tonight with the kids, and we were going to see either Patch Adams or Stepmom.
Don't.
No, well, we have a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, and they're both PG-13, and I'm wondering, in either, is there something objectable, you know?
Oh, I see. No.
For a 13-year-old, because sometimes you go and there is so much swearing or so much violence, and it's still rated PG-13.
Well, I think of the two, Patch Adams, you know, although I didn't care for the movie, would be...
It has less objection.
Has less of anything objectionable. Yeah. Stepmom, of course, you know, you're dealing with a pretty serious subject here. I wouldn't take a kid, of course, I wouldn't recommend it anyway, but I certainly wouldn't take a kid to Stepmom. It's very traumatic.
Well, yeah, but both of the films should have been rated PG-13. They're not. They shouldn't have been rated R or anything.
No.
I mean, it's rated PG-13 because it deserves a PG-13.
Yeah, but if you, I'd say
Stepmom has a sad ending.
You don't. I mean, I don't want to get into it, but it's not the happiest movie.
But the kids might have a good time at Patch Adams.
Have you guys seen A Bug's Life?
Yes, we did.
All right. Good.
How about the Babe, Pig in the City? Awful good.
Yeah, that's that'd be good. You know, we went to see Jack Frost, just the kids and I. My husband didn't go, and it was a cute kids movie. It was it was stupid, but we enjoyed it. It was a good, lighthearted movie, and so I'm more from a kid's point of view. I wanted to know about these two movies.
Okay, but go to Patch Adams of the two. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, Marge. I'd rather have needles stuck in my eyes, actually. Before, because we're done with the segment here, and everybody's been talking about memories and stuff like that, of working with you or listening to you. I wrote this thing that will appear in the last issue of the Going Out Guide.
Oh.
As my center aisle. And it's just this thing I want to read, and it sort of sums up you and I over the past 13 years that we've been working together. So I'm just going to read it, okay? Quote, okay, let's go to the phones. Nick, you're on the air. What can we do for you? Roy Leonard, Saturday morning in the summer of 1980. Hi, Roy. I was wondering what you thought of the movie Caddyshack, said a 15-year-old Nick DiGilio. Well, Nick, I suppose some people would find it amusing. I'm not one of them. Did you like it? Roy asked. Yeah, I saw it 4 times. Wow, 4 times. Let me ask you this. If you were to take a girl to see this movie on a date, would the nudity bother you? Asked Roy. There's a long pause on the other end of the line. Then finally, I guess. So in a nutshell, there's the first conversation between Roy Leonard and Nick DiGilio. And it actually turns out to be a pretty good representation of how Roy and I have communicated over the past 13 years. He talks intelligently and raises questions about substantial matters. I see dumb movies 4 times over. I've been listening to Roy Leonard for about 20 years, and like you, I am saddened and disappointed to hear that he's retiring, but hey, he deserves the rest. He's been in broadcasting longer than I've been alive. His is a special talent, and he has a special show. As a young movie freak, I would listen to Roy review movies and plays. What I liked most about was the fact that he was knowledgeable, friendly, and most of all, accessible. I thought it was really cool that I could call the station and talk to Roy one-on-one about movies. It was the only venue in which to do that, and it was an added bonus that the host was so great. After years of listening to Roy and winning contests and attending screenings, I was asked to go in and interview for the job of Roy's producer of his radio show. I didn't get the gig, but Roy wanted me to be a part of the show, so he let me review the lousy movies for him. You know, the kind of stuff that was a waste of time for most people. The first movie I officially reviewed on Roy's show was Critters. I liked it, by the way. And that began an on-air relationship that has grown and changed over the course of 13 years. Working with Roy is a dream. Being on his show is an honor, and knowing him is a thrill that's virtually impossible to describe. People often ask me, what is Roy like off the air? And I often respond with, take everything you know about him on the air and multiply that by 1,000, add an infinite amount of generosity, and you get a general idea how great this guy is. Roy has been incredibly kind to me over the years, and he is responsible for everything that I am doing professionally now. I host and co-host my own show on WGN because of Roy. I review movies professionally because I work on a publication because of Roy. Hell, I even got back into theater at Roy's insistence. He had a hunch and took a chance on a goofy kid out of Columbia College who liked horror movies, and for that I am eternally grateful. Everything I know about broadcasting I've learned from Roy Leonard, and anytime I sound good on the radio, or anytime a segment comes off smoothly and professionally, I may have pulled it off, but it all goes back to Roy. So, from that first conversation about Caddyshack to our comparison of our last top 10 lists, my feelings have remained consistent. I love to listen to Roy Leonard. I am honored to talk to him, and I admire his never-ending talent and professionalism. I will continue to review movies every Saturday morning, and I will continue to host a radio show every week, and every time the on-air light glows and I speak into a mic, I will think of Roy Leonard and be grateful. After December 26, 1998, Chicago radio has lost a vital component, perhaps even its heart, and it just won't be the same without him. Congratulations on your retirement, Roy Leonard, and I am honored to have worked with you, and I'm incredibly proud to call you my friend.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm very touched, man.
Okay.
I really appreciate that.
Good.
You know, usually he swears at me.
I know. Well.
Anyway, Nick DiGilio. And by the way, you guys, you'll be on.
Gary and I 1 a.m. Tonight, and then I'm sitting in for Steve and Johnny on Sunday night 2 a.m.
Oh, okay.
All right.
All right. It's a minute after 10 on WGN in Chicago. Sheila's here. We got 2 hours to go. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff we haven't even covered yet on WGN in Chicago. Let's get to let's formally remind you that you are listening to Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720 WGN. We are a Tribune broadcasting station, and let's go to the WGN newsroom where Lyle Dean has an up-to-the-minute report.
Yeah, you're not going to forget the format this late in the game, are you?
I hope not. I got 2 hours to go. All right.
TWA flight attendants have been told to get back to work. Iraq accuses, the U.S. denies, and the president pushes the 08 standard. Details after WGN Traffic. Here's Catherine Vale.
Well, Lyle, it's a pleasant morning to get out there on the roads. They are wide open. There's going to be more congestion and traffic in the parking lots of malls in the suburbs and city than there is on the roads. No major accidents on the Kennedy, Edens, Eisenhower, Stevenson, or Dan Ryan. And the tollways, for that fact, look just as good if you're trying to make it up north or down south or go and see a friend today. It will be a quick trip for you all the way around. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
A federal judge issued an order telling dozens of TWA flight attendants to return to work. An unusually large number of TWA employees, most of them flight attendants, called in sick on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, forcing TWA to cancel nearly 100 flights and stranding hundreds of passengers, most of those in St. Louis. The United States says, not us, to another Iraqi accusation. Here's ABC's Lauren Rogers.
The Iraqi news agency is claiming its air defense systems fired at Allied planes which were attacking a post in southern Iraq. The news agency claims the planes were either British or American and were based in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. The agency says they were driven off by the confrontation. The Pentagon is denying the report.
President Clinton, in his weekly radio address, urged Congress to lower the blood alcohol level for drunk driving to the .08 level that some states, including, already have, but even before Congress acts.
Today I'm announcing that the Justice and Transportation Departments will strengthen their efforts in the new year through grants to states and other incentives to enforce underage drinking laws, to carry out alcohol-impaired driving prevention programs, and to pass and enforce
Fawcett says the lack of wind happened in a hurry.
It actually caught us very much by surprise because we thought we had a solid route continuing across the Pacific, but we got caught it, and then once we were caught by the weather, we realized we're in a bad situation. Then we did what we could to get the balloon as close as we could to Hawaii, so the rescue would be very easy.
The 3 balloonists were plucked out of the ocean after the balloon made a rather bumpy landing. The unsolved murder of Jean-Benet Ramsey is 2 years old today. ABC's Steve Walsh reports from Boulder, Colorado.
The parents of Jean-Benet remain the focus of the now 2-year-old investigation. John and Patsy Ramsey vow they are innocent, but are expected to testify before the grand jury here sometime next month. 2 detectives in the case have quit, one saying the district attorney is not pursuing the Ramseys vigorously enough. The other saying police are trying to railroad the Ramseys. DNA evidence is still being tested, including a hair fiber found in the blanket Jean-Benet's body was wrapped in. But even with the grand jury, many legal experts believe there may never be enough evidence found to charge anyone with Jean-Benet's murder. Steve Walsh, ABC News, Boulder.
Today marks the start of another December holiday, Kwanzaa. A California college professor and civil rights activist started the week-long festival 32 years ago to celebrate African-American roots, culture, and tradition. Today, it is celebrated by an estimated 28 million people worldwide. And the Salvation Army officers say a record number of gold coins were dropped in the Chicago area red kettles this year, 55 of them. That's 23 more than the previous record set a year ago. This year, the gold coins were found as far west as Rockford. WGN News Time, 10:05. The weather after this.
You've been hearing us here at WGN talk a lot about Ron Hawking and that terrific show, His Way, a tribute to the man and his music, over at the Mercury Theater. It's that salute to Sinatra, the one that actually Ron created and stars in. And he's got that great 14-piece orchestra led by Bill Rogers, and they have added extra performances for the holidays. In fact, if you haven't made plans yet, there are 2 special shows coming up on New Year's Eve. Think about this now. How are you going to celebrate the start of 1999? Go up to the Mercury Theater. It's in a great spot, 3745 North Southport. That's right between Addison and Irving Park, right near Wrigley Field. Now, look, they got valet parking, great restaurants up and down the street, and all you have to do is call Ticketmaster or call the Mercury Theater. That direct line is 773-325-1700. And the producers of the show want us to remind you about the show's final extension right through February the 28th before it goes on a national tour. Maybe you've seen the show. Maybe you want to see it again before it leaves Chicago. Don't miss it. And one more note from the His Way folks. They want to wish all of you a happy and healthy new year, and to thank all of you who have bought tickets and made it the success it is. His Way, a tribute to the man and his music. One of the best shows in Chicago.
Rob Guttrow is here with the WGN Weather Channel forecast.
We can look for clouds on the increase today. It'll be breezy with a high temperature of 31 degrees. Not a bad day to return some of those presents that you didn't like from Christmas. For tonight, look for skies to become mostly cloudy. We do have a chance for a little light snow as a fast-moving system moves our way. We'll see an overnight low of 24. Then tomorrow, skies will become partly cloudy. We'll see a high of 38 degrees. Monday looks like it may be a messy commute with some freezing rain and a high near 37. I'm Rob Guttrow with your WGN Weather Channel forecast.
Currently, northwest winds at 8 miles an hour, 68% humidity. We have 24 degrees at Lakefront, 24 at Midway, 22 officially at O'Hare. Sunshine and a wind chill of 10. I'm Lyle Dean on Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720 WGN.
And I think we got time for one more. Thanks for waiting. You're on the air with us now. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'd like to tell you that I'm definitely your number one fan. And I think you guys are the greatest.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to say, on Amber Cascades, was that a personal experience?
Not really. It's another... I view on the abstract some certain levels, word patterns that sound nice and so forth. You mean, have you heard Amber Cascades already?
Yeah, I got the new album yesterday. I've been calling for it I read in the paper it's going to come out April 2nd. I was calling for it every day.
Wow.
And it came out last night, and I really liked that song a lot.
Hey, listen, being a number one fan, do you have all the albums?
Every single one.
Gee, I can't send you an album.
He's got one already.
Hey, I tell you what, have you got Paul McCartney's new album?
No, I don't.
All right, I'll have Dewey autograph Paul's new album, Wings at the Speed of Sound. How's that?
That is beautiful.
Okay, man, hold on a minute. And listen.
You know who that was? Well, first of all, Dewey Bunnell of America. But the fan, the kid who was on the phone, when were you, about 16 years old, is
now the producer of the Roy Leonard Show. That was Joe Bartosh when he was 16 years old. And, of course, Nick DiGilio was reviewing the movies with me a few minutes ago. He first called the show when he was 15 years old. I'd like to ask the guy on the other end of the phone line in California if he can remember how old he was when he first became associated with the Roy Leonard Show.
Hello from Calabasas.
Ah, yes, Peter Marino.
I was barely 20 years old.
Oh, my. Pete Marino was in the Can I tell him what those first words that you said to me once?
Sure, go ahead.
Pete Marino was working in the WGN newsroom. He's grew up...
Oh, in the mailroom, right?
In the mailroom, I'm sorry. Worked in the mailroom.
You're getting old, Roy. You're forgetting.
Memory's the first thing to go.
Right.
He came to me one day in the studio delivering mail, and he said, Mr. Leonard, do you mind if I say something? I said, no, say whatever you want. He says, the music you play really sucks. Well, or words to that effect.
Well, you were playing Andy Williams and Ray Conniff and Percy Faith.
Yeah, I know.
And it's 1969, and I'm saying, what about the Beatles? What about Elvis?
Yeah, right. And Pete actually became actually he worked half day in the mailroom, and then he produced the Roy Leonard Show for the other half. And he was the guy who came along, and we did one of our first specials was we did a Beatles special, and then Paul Simon and
Bob Dylan and Frank Sinatra, and half of these from the mailroom.
Right.
They finally decided to give me a part-time job, which turned into a full-time job.
And Pete was the guy. By the way, you'd be happy to know. Earlier, the listeners have been calling today with some of the memories they have, and one lady called and said her fondest memory is the time that we put Barbra Streisand and Neil Diamond together singing "You Don't Bring Me Flowers." And I said, hey, I'm going to talk to the guy who put that together a little later on this morning.
Well, that was a lot of fun. And by the way, Roy, my wife was wondering if you had any of those Seymour Payson scarves.
You'll only remember that, friends, if you've been listening to WGN for about 20 years.
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
I'm fine, Pete.
Hey,
Good
do you
to
mind
hear from you.
Do you mind if I tell another story out of school about how you met your wife?
I met my wife thanks to Sheila, but go ahead.
All right. We used to be on the air from 10 to 12 in the morning, and then there was that noon break for the noon show, and we'd come back on at 1 o'clock. So we get out of the office after the morning show and yell and scream at what either was good or bad. But I'd always pick up the phone and call my wife at home, see how the kids, everybody all right. And Pete had told me earlier that day, he said, I was over at the bank the other day, and this teller, this young lady behind the counter, one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, and I want to ask her for a date, but I don't quite know what to do. So I said, wait a minute, let's ask a woman. So Sheila's on the phone, and I told you the same thing. I said, look, Pete's met this beautiful girl. She works at the bank. He's going to go over and deposit his paycheck. What can he do? And you said?
Put a rose with the deposit or the check, and then ask her.
Mm-hmm. And I said, a dozen roses? And Sheila says, no, 2, 3 tops.
You're right.
A couple of roses.
And you did it?
And we did it, and we just celebrated our 20th wedding anniversary last July.
Oh, that's great.
And 5 children later.
Yeah. Hey, how are the kids?
They're great. They had a wonderful Christmas.
Oh, great.
John's in the other room playing with his Nintendo 64, having a wonderful time.
Of course. Anyway, so Pete came out of the WGN mailroom. He became the first producer of the Roy Leonard Show, and I got to be honest with you, the play ball game, the Christmas phone calls, the music specials. I mean, you just kept coming up with idea after idea, and
it was a lot of fun. Have you heard the new George Martin album, Roy?
No, I haven't.
See, now you've got to get with it. I've been telling you this for 20 years. George Martin has a great new CD.
Yeah.
And you should close today's show with Sean Connery. I know they don't let you play music anymore. Cheap.
Well,
But anyways, but In My Life, the John Lennon song, he narrates it.
Oh, no kidding.
It is wonderful. And the best cut on the entire CD for all of you listening is Jim Carrey, believe it or not, doing I Am the Walrus.
All right.
It is wonderful. You should buy that for yourself.
No, I will. I will. No, I will.
But not only did I meet my wife, my daughter Lisa was born at home, and that was directly as a result of the Roy Leonard Show. You had a Dr. Mendelson on your radio show.
Oh, I remember, yeah.
And Dr. Mendelson later became a regular on the Phil Donahue Show, and he talked about home births versus hospital births.
Yeah.
And we ended up having Lisa at home. Unfortunately, the doctor was about an hour late, and I delivered her. But she's 19 years old come next month, so it all turned out well.
And a very beautiful young lady.
Thank you.
By the way, those kids, we got your Christmas card. And say, now, Pete left WGN Radio and moved over into television, and then you were in New York for a long while.
Mm-hmm.
And
I remember you telling me on the phone one day that you had, this is how, shall we call them misconceptions perhaps arise, a person's public persona and that of whom they really are. It doesn't always come across. And I know that you had a chance to work for a long while with Joan Rivers.
Mm-hmm.
You worked with Geraldo.
Right.
In fact, I remember in a conversation once you expressing what nice people they were.
Joan was terrific. I mean, if she respected you and you knew what you wanted, she would listen. But if she didn't respect you, she could be very tough. So she was very tough to the folks at Fox before she came to work for us at Tribune.
Yeah.
But she was wonderful. She was a pro with us. And Geraldo is one of the best live performers on television. He's very, very smart. He still has no taste, and I tell him that. But he's very smart, and he's very passionate. He cares about what he does.
You know, it's interesting. People at WGN used to think that Marino and I hated each other. I mean, they really thought, because Peter was one of these people that every major performer should have in their office. Somebody who's willing to tell you when you're not right or when you do a lousy job. And every once in a while, after our 10 to 12 show, we'd get down to the office, the door would slam, and people would hear us screaming at each other. Why did you ask that stupid question? Well, because back and forth, back and forth. It made for a lot of fun, though, I'll tell you that.
It was wonderful. Can I tell one quick story?
Oh, we got plenty of time.
All right. Well,
very few commercials at this time of the year. You remember?
Really?
Remember?
Well, yeah, this time of the year, that's true. But usually it's, 40 minutes of commercials and 20 minutes of program per hour.
That's about it
for WGN. Anyway, one of the things that was great for me personally, as a 20-year-old, and I think I produced your show from 20 to about almost 29 years old.
Yeah, right.
I got to meet every one of my heroes and a lot of personalities that I always wanted to meet. Muhammad Ali and Clint Eastwood and Burt Reynolds and George Harrison I met on your show, and Ringo and Paul McCartney backstage at the Wings concert. So it was a ball for me personally. But one of the greatest memories I have is the time we met Bette Midler. She had been on the show many times.
Oh, yeah.
But the one time that just is memorable that I'll never forget was the time that, unfortunately, Bette was on from 1 to 2 in the afternoon. We would have our radio show from 10 to 12, and on 1 to 2, Roy would have celebrities on. And Bette was on from 1 to 2, and unfortunately, she had diarrhea, a bad case of diarrhea. And she had the stomach flu. And, she was performing in the evenings, but she just, was sick during this show. So at 1:30, during the farm report, she had to go to the bathroom. And when Orion came on to talk about the pork belly queens, Roy, have you ever met a pork belly queen?
No.
I've always wondered what they look like. Anyway, so during the farm report, she had to go, so I had escorted her down the hallway. As we're going down the hallway, in those days, WGN was on Bradley Place as opposed to downtown on Michigan Avenue. And the ladies' room was about a mile away from the men's room. So as we're walking down the corridor, we passed the men's room, and she says, I've got to go. I said, no, the ladies' room is around the corner down the end. She goes, I can't wait. And she barges into the men's room. And I follow her in there, and there was an announcer named Len Johnson in Portland who's at the urinal. I go, Len, you have to get out. And he's looking. I said, get out, quick. So he leaves. I stand outside. She goes into the stall, and I'm guarding the door. And of course, all the engineers coming by snickering, ha, 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 what a great job you have to guard the door. So the next day, I find out that the engineers had carved into the stall, Bette Midler dumped here. And that stayed there for years.
They probably still haven't painted that stall.
Probably not.
I'm going to check it next time I go out to Bradley Place. Oh, man.
Well, I love you guys, and I miss you, and I hope you come out here soon.
All right. Yeah, well, I'm going to have a little free time. So,
yeah.
Well, Peter, a lot of great memories.
Thanks, Roy.
And you were responsible for a lot of them, and I hope things are going well.
Everything's great. I'm working with Merv Griffin these days.
Good.
And we're having a ball.
Yeah. You're producing, like, new shows and
new shows. We're doing a new talk show for Disney next year.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Right. So we're having a good time.
Yeah. And you know what's nice, friends? This kid from Elmwood Park, Illinois, although he's out there in La La Land, and he has to, deal with what Hollywood is like, hasn't really changed that much. And
I hope not at all.
Keep that way, man.
Thanks, Roy.
Thanks, Peter.
Sheila, I love you.
Bye-bye.
Hi to the boys.
Hi to everybody.
We shall. And
right,
to all of your gang, too. Bye-bye. Pete Marino, the original producer of The Roy Leonard Show.
Bette Midler dumped here.
I kind of vaguely remembered it, but I didn't know that part of it.
That's a great story. That is a great story.
Okay, it's 18 minutes after 10. If you want to share a few memories, if something has happened over the past 31 years that has meant something special to you, maybe you heard something on the radio, maybe you... Like, for instance, I love it when somebody will take the time to write and say, I've never been to live theater, but hearing you talk about it, I finally went and bought a ticket to a live theater performance, and I just amazed me. This is super. Call us and tell us about it. 591-7200.
If it ain't eggs, it ain't breakfast. I love eggs. If it ain't eggs, it ain't breakfast. I love eggs.
Have a real breakfast for a change. Eggs. They're easy to make and everybody loves them.
If it ain't eggs, it ain't breakfast. I love eggs. The incredible edible egg.
The American Egg Board.
Thousands of working adults with the busiest of schedules will enroll this winter at College of DuPage for the latest career training. Classes start January 4th, so call 630-942-2380.
1020, Lincoln Park Savings Bank has an invitation. Open a Freedom checking account. Enjoy freedom from fees forever. That's right. With Freedom Checking, you never have to worry about maintaining a minimum balance. You never have to be concerned with the number of checks that you write each month. With Freedom Checking from Lincoln Park Savings, there's no monthly service fee or per check charge. In addition, they'll send you an easy-to-read monthly statement of your account's activity and return your canceled checks. Now, for added convenience, a Lincoln Park Savings ATM or Visa check card may be the perfect accompaniment to your Freedom Checking account. Why don't you ask the folks at Lincoln Park Savings about applying for either of these great options? And you know what? If you mention this commercial, you can get a free gift. So stop by. Lincoln Park Savings is in Chicago. They're at 1946 West Irving Park Road. Or give them a call, 773-525-2023 for all the details on Freedom Checking. Celebrating 50 years of service to the community, Lincoln Park Savings Bank, FDIC insured. I asked my wife, Sheila, to come by and spend the last few hours on the air with me today. Did so somewhat reluctantly. You're very sweet about this. She doesn't like to really be in the public eye. For years, though, one of my bosses back in Boston, and then we did it here in Chicago for a long while, too. He came up with this idea that the whole family should be on the air around Christmas time. And usually we did it, did we actually do it Christmas morning, or was it the day before?
The day before.
The day before Christmas. You'd come in with all the kids, and, we have 6. The first 4 were right in a row, 13 months apart. And so, it was a
We
job.
went in very early in the morning.
That's right, because I was a morning man then.
And we brought all of the children.
And usually the dog.
And the St. Bernard.
Yep.
And then he would announce on the air that everyone clear the highway because she's not a safe driver.
Yeah, we lived west of Boston, out in Wellesley, and Route 9 is the main route between Boston and Worcester. So I just told everybody, look out, if you see a station wagon with a big dog and a bunch of kids, get out of the way.
And if it was driving sideways, just tell it how to get back on the road.
I don't know whether this is a fair question to ask, but, you can hit me when the show's over if you want to. But what are the tough part of being married to somebody in the public eye? In other words, married to somebody who everybody knows, and everywhere you go, I presume they're always asking you embarrassing questions or something, or
waiting behind potted palms while you do a piece at a theater, or talk to someone, and getting pushed out and pushed away.
Oh yeah, wasn't one of the kids that almost beat somebody up once, or
one of the boys? We were on a boat, and it was a big publicity thing, and a very beautiful young lady ran over and threw her arms around you and started to kiss you. And my young son started to kick her.
Yeah.
And I caught the leg just before it made contact. And the photographer very kindly did not publish the picture.
Don't kiss my daddy. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. Hey, Bill, you're on the air with us.
Yes, Roy. I wanted to, say goodbye.
Thank
and
you.
I'll be looking for you on Family Classics.
Oh, yeah. That I think we're going to come back next year, and we'll do another season of Family Classics. Thank you.
But I want to thank Sheila, who via you gave us the Joe Frog cookie recipe.
Oh, do you still make them?
I still only at this time of year.
Yeah, well, Sheila just made a bunch this year.
Yeah. Oh, did you, Sheila?
Oh, sure did.
I never heard about them until Roy mentioned them.
Yeah.
Well, that was an old recipe we got from New England because Joe Frog was his name, not Frogger, but he was a fisherman, and he would make those and take them out on the water with him when he would be out at sea fishing for several days because they could stay fresh.
It's all that rum in them.
I never knew why they were called Joe Frog.
And
I just remember Roy talking about them.
Yeah. By the way, we do not have the recipe anymore. We've been sending it out for years, but please don't call. Do not send a self-addressed stamped envelope. We don't have any more recipes for Joe Frogger cookies, but they're awful good. Oh, I'm glad.
I sent them to many people.
How's your holiday been good?
They're excellent.
All right. Well, thanks for the memory, Bill.
Okay, thanks, Roy.
Appreciate it very much. As I say, I hate this word retire because that's not exactly what it is. It's kind of like a change of direction. And we appreciate all of the memories that you're sharing with us this morning as well. Hi, Mary?
Yes. Well, Roy, I remember when you first came in '67. And but the memory that I think I recall the most, which you people haven't mentioned recently, was I think it had to be in 75 or 76 when your program would go off at 2 o'clock and Bob Collins and Jim Lockman would come on at 2, and it was the St. Patrick's Day day.
I'll never forget that one.
And they had gone out to lunch or gone out to watch a parade, and I don't think they showed up until almost 4 o'clock. And you were, shall we say, a little upset with them.
Well, for the first half hour, it was all right. But I'd been working all day. I'd been there since 10 o'clock in the morning, and all I can see is Collins and Lockman, at some South Side pub, celebrating St. Patrick's Day.
But you had to be somewhere.
Oh, that's right.
They were waiting for you.
That's why I was upset. I had to be somewhere around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Oh, well, we also, my husband and I also have 6 children, but we were blessed with 3 boys and 3 girls.
Oh, wonderful.
In the same time frame practically as yours, in 10 and a half years.
Uh-huh.
And so we are blessed with the grandchildren. 8 boys and 3 girls.
All right. Oh,
and so we wish you and Sheila, we travel with the Chicago Motor Club, but unfortunately we've never been able to get in any of your tours since they fill up so fast. But
well, one of these days, okay?
Yeah, we're retired teachers, so hopefully we can go with you and Sheila, and I hope you enjoy your retirement as much as we have.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay, bye-bye.
Right. It's 10:26 on WGN in Chicago. Oh, I wasn't sure what people had planned for today. Maybe a couple of surprises. I see a name up here. We have a screen in the studio, and it tells us, the individual who's waiting on the telephone. And there's a name up here, Nina Newhouser. Hey,
hello, Roy.
How are you?
I'm excellent. How are you? Hi, Sheila. How could I not call in?
You're sweet. Nina Newhouser, another producer of The Roy Leonard Show. The thing that I remember most, however, and this was, I guess, great for you, Nina, and it was certainly great for me, the years that we used to do our show live from London, and you went over early. Producers, had to go over early to set up all the interviews. And Nina was in London the time they had that terrible hurricane.
That was the strangest thing. I remember from the jet lag, remember how you get there and you still think it's evening and it's actually morning.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget being in that hotel and hearing all this swirling, and I thought, I am just delirious. And then when I got up in the morning and they said, well, we lost power, there's been a hurricane, and then walking around Hyde Park and there was glass everywhere, and it was amazing, and nobody knew it was coming. So it was very strange. And all those beautiful trees were down in the park. It was so sad. But I remember we went to John Cleese's office, and we went to Andrew Lloyd Webber's home. And,
we drove out one day. Andrew Lloyd Webber had agreed to be on the show, but he couldn't be in London. So he said, but you may come to my estate.
And remember, we nosed around. We were in some library, and all we could do was nose around because we had to wait for a while. We were like, oh, look at this letter from Tim Rice, and look at this. And I remember leaving. I think I started to nose around, and I walked out, and I ran right into Sarah Brightman. I was like, whoops, excuse me.
I love it. We go up to Andrew Lloyd Webber's country estate, and this kind of butler-type guy comes to the door and said, you may wait in the billiard room.
Yeah.
Remember that?
We love that.
And then we went to, you mentioned John Cleese. We went to his office, which is kind of
down the street from his home.
Right.
Oh, man. We had some great times.
Oh, my God. You know, and it's funny because it's even hard to think of one particular thing to say because obviously it was such a, wonderful time working with you and at WGN. The thing I remember most, I think, is being so impressed by how much you did your homework. You'd see the movie, you'd see the play, you'd read the book, or as much as you could, and how much that impressed your guests. And always they'd be stunned because if you only got 2/3 of the way book, you'd be honest and you'd tell them, and you could tell they'd be like, "Wow, this guy really does his homework." And then you would ask such good questions, and you would listen to them, and that is really the art, I think, of a good interview, or you really listen to what people say, and then you'd follow up. And I always thought the listeners would benefit so much from that. I mean, you just were such a great interview, and I know how much I would learn, and it was just wonderful to watch your guests kind of watch you, and how much you juggled with commercials and me talking in your ear and things coming and going, and how good you are at keeping so much going.
We had fun.
Oh, yes.
You went on to a very interesting job. I talked to Pete Marino a little while ago.
I heard Pete. That was great.
Yeah, who now, works for Merv Griffin. But I think the job that you went on after you left WGN was fascinating to me. You went to work for a big company that represents a lot of great artists.
Yes, we worked with actually a smallish company, but entrepreneurial company here in Chicago called Entertainment Marketing, Inc., working with sponsors of concert tours. So I was on the road with, remember, everybody from George Strait to the Rolling Stones and Tina Turner and Bobby Brown.
Oh, boy.
And I had always had a great love of music, and I learned a lot about music from you.
But you told me about flying around to every little Texas town.
Exactly. I saw more of the Dallas-Fort Worth airport than anyone should ever see.
How was the Stones tour?
The hardest thing about that tour to me was I like music at smallish venues, like a Park West.
Yeah.
So when I was assigned to do that tour, I had never actually gone to a show at a stadium. And so to try to figure out the scale of how many banners you'd put up and how you move people around was difficult, I must say. But it was the thing that impressed me most about the Stones was that they worked hard. I'm always impressed by people who are professional.
Right.
And a lot of people, as you know, in the business aren't. They get away with what they can.
Yep.
And every single night they change the show.
That's amazing.
That's amazing, considering, the inflatables and the lighting and just the caliber. I mean, they had 300 people in that production.
Wow.
I mean, unbelievable. It was like a 3-ring circus. We used to joke that we were traveling with the Big Top Circus because it kind of felt that way. They had their own kitchens and caterers and show power, and oh my goodness. It was amazing though. I loved it and hated it at the same time.
Hey Nina, it's Nick DiGilio. How you doing?
Oh hey Nick, how are you?
I'm good.
How's life treating you?
Good. Not bad at all. So you toured with the Stones, huh?
Uh-huh.
And they're still touring, isn't that unbelievable?
I know. I think when I retire, they will still be touring.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I don't know how they do it, but
well, I'm retiring and they're touring next year.
Still touring,
I know. Isn't it amazing?
Anyway, some great memories, Nina. And,
yes, we will all miss you, Roy.
Well, have a great holiday season, and hey, we can do lunch now.
Exactly. I ran into Kelly recently, and he told me what he was doing. It was great to see him.
Yeah, he's really excited.
Yeah, he is busy.
By the way, that new Second City show, and I have to be, my son Kelly, who is the producer of Second City, knows that if the show's lousy, I'm going to say so. This new Second City show that Sunday is one of the darkest, funniest, right-on reviews that I've seen in 10 years.
Oh, really?
It's unbelievable.
I think I saw him right before it was going to open, and he said he was really excited about it.
Yeah, well, they all should be. Maybe we'll see you over there.
Oh, you bet.
Thanks, Nina.
Okay, Happy New Year, all.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
This is the last Roy Leonard Show, and a few memories from some of the people that have been connected in one way or another over the years. However, we got to take a quick break because those of you listening in your cars, you want to know how traffic is. A lot of people are going out to the malls. Everybody's got to say, oh, I just remembered, we won't have time to go buy all that wrapping paper at half price.
Heavens.
What will we do? That was remember, the day after Christmas, first thing? Yep, everybody goes out and buys next year's...
Broken a tradition.
Yeah, buys next year's wrapping paper at half price. Oh, well. Catherine Vale's in Traffic Central. How's it look, Catherine? Or Catherine Vale was in Traffic Central, but I'm a couple of minutes late. Maybe. Oh, there you are. Thanks, Catherine.
Still here. That's okay.
Thanks for hanging on.
My pleasure. We really, like you said, we have a lot of traffic in the mall area, in the parking lots. People are kind of fighting for their spots, I'm sure. But we also have a few problems that have popped up on the expressways. Outbound on the Stevenson, there's an accident at First Avenue. Right lane remains blocked right now. We'll keep you posted on that one. Southbound on I-65, accident just south of Ridge Road. Right lane blocked. All lanes are blocked into the scene. Be very, very careful, folks, if you're in the area of I-65, and that's traveling southbound right around Ridge. Otherwise, no major reported problems or delays. The Edens looks real good. It's wide open. The Kennedy, the Stevenson, and the Dan Ryan look good. The Stevenson, with the exception of what I said earlier, and the Dan Ryan in fine shape. If you're taking the tollways, those are rolling very well. No accidents, and overall, it looks real good out there. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
Hey, look over there. Where? Over there. Oh, yeah. There's a hepcat with a blue head. Must be the Blue Man Group. Well, that's right. The Blue Man Group at the Briar Street Theater. You won't believe it. Hey, what are they doing? Something wild. What do you think? It's making me crazy. Blue Man Group at the Briar Street Theater. That's right. For tickets, call 733-484-4000. Oh, yeah. Or call the Ticketmaster. The Ticketmaster. Is this what their music is like? Not even close. Oh.
5 different countdowns to 1999. And that's a lot of kissing. You'd better not miss Steve King and Johnny Putman's Cheap Date Life After Dark New Year's Eve. Guess what day this holiday extravaganza will air?
Could you repeat the question?
Steve and Johnny's Cheap Date Life After Dark New Year's Eve.
I sort of got choked up there.
Happy New Year.
Beginning 45 minutes before 1999. Only on Chicago's News and Talk. Radio 720 WGN.
Ain't gonna worry me to death.
How did you guys get, let's see, take two. Great beginning, Roy.
Even you do that.
Oh, yes. It's been a long day. What was that? Okay. Anyway, every once in a while, we do a take two. That's the wonderful thing about tape. Most of our interviews were live, but lately a lot of, especially since we've been working weekends, a lot of acts come through Chicago during the week, and we'll tape an interview ahead of time. And, I know what that was. That was Manhattan Transfer. Yeah. I had started off and said some stupid thing, so we did take two. Back to the telephones.
Hello.
Mr. News Director. Hey, come on, you're supposed to be sleeping, Tom.
No.
Tom Peterson's on the line.
I've been up for hours, Roy. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to wish you well and to congratulate you on such a tremendous career. And it's been such a pleasure working with you. And I just thought back to the grand old days when I used to fill in for you when you were on vacation.
Oh, yeah.
And I used to have more fun when the 9 to noon show and filling in on those shows and got to meet all those great guests that you had booked ahead of time.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you ever get to really meet a star?
Oh, yeah. We had lots of stars that came through. And I was justifiably awed by all of it and really enjoyed it. It was just fun to sit and talk to those people, just like you did. You always had conversations with people, and that's what I enjoyed doing, too. So it was always a treat to fill in for you, and I always hoped that you'd take more vacation so I could do that. But,
well, thank you, Tom.
It was great, Roy, and I wish you all the very best, you and Sheila and the whole family, and I'm sure we'll see you around the place occasionally.
Thanks, Tom.
You really will, because it'll be so nice to see you come back occasionally.
Yeah, they told me I could come back to the Christmas party next year if I behave myself.
Well, Roger did, so you can,
Tommy, thanks, man. I appreciate the call.
You bet. Good luck to you.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Don't miss the Steppenwolf Theater Company's critically acclaimed production of The Glass Menagerie by Tennessee Williams, directed by Mark Brokaw, featuring ensemble members Tim Hopper, Martha Plimpton, and Molly Regan. The Glass Menagerie, well, as the Tribune said, is perfect. The review went on to say, it is a thoughtful, imaginative production filled with fresh insight. David New is excellent as the gentleman caller, and as Tom, Tim Hopper tells his story vividly. The Chicago Sun-Times says Molly Regan is an actress of tremendous force and intelligence, and Martha Plimpton captures her character's radiant innocence. In The Glass Menagerie, Williams weaves both, truth and illusion to talk about the rather drab realities of the poet Tom, his overbearing mother Amanda, and of course his fragile sister Laura. What's interesting? I just realized December the 26th, this very day of 19 1944, Tennessee Williams' play, The Glass Menagerie, was first performed publicly right here in Chicago.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's an anniversary, December 26, 1944. And now you can see this acclaimed revival here at our Steppenwolf Theater. Call them for tickets, 312-335-1650, or you can buy tickets online. That's right, Steppenwolf is online, www.steppenwolf.org. If you're looking for a last-minute holiday gift certificate, hey, there's an idea. Gift certificate packages are always available. But do plan to try and see The Glass Menagerie. Call 312-335-1650. Sheila Leonard joins us here on the final Roy Leonard Show. Wife, chief cook and bottle washer, mother of 6 sons. People often ask, gee, you got 6 sons. Didn't you really want daughters?
No, I wanted 12 boys.
This woman is crazy. Why didn't you... I've told people this and they don't believe me, but we once talked about this. Well, you were an only child.
Yes, and I never wanted to be alone again.
So actually, although Sheila said it would be great to have 12 sons, we decided after 6 that we could probably take care of 6, but any more would be like, wow. Do you remember those Saturdays that you used to go off to, having sons, they're kind of all involved in sports and all, and you would go to
And we'd start with a soccer game first, usually, then a football game, then I'd go to another soccer game, or another football game, and then Roy would come home and say, don't you want to go see Northwestern play this afternoon?
And she'd look at me and say, I've been at fields all morning long. And
we used to confuse the little ones because they couldn't figure out why at one game you could catch the ball, and the other game you had to use your feet, and they'd be making suggestions and having them all mixed up.
But it was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
And I think the nice thing, too, is that I think we tried, almost with complete success, to be at everybody's game, one way or another.
Mm-hmm. They sometimes had to change in the car as they were going from...
Oh, yeah. Hockey to, or from basketball.
Basketball to hockey was always a big change in the car.
Where's my cup? Oh, well, anyway,
If you would have had 12, you could have had a whole team.
I don't know. I usually drove. Since I had the most kids in the game, I always had to drive, and I'd have a station wagon with about 14 kids in it, and I, who get lost at the turn of a highway and cannot read a map, Roy would draw everything out for me on cardboard. But they do a terrible thing out here in the Midwest that scared me. The roads go for a long, long way, and sometimes they build houses right on where it says it is, and you have to find a way around those houses.
Yeah, there's quite a few of our east-west streets will go, for a couple of miles and then stop and then pick up a mile later.
Yep.
How do you get to the other half?
It can be very confusing, yeah.
Or I would say to her, I said, look, it's very easy. Just remember, the lake is always east. And she'd look at me and say, that's fine, but if you can't see the lake, what good does it know that the lake is always east? And yet you could find your way around Boston.
Well, Boston is small.
That's it. Hey, back to the telephones. Tim, thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Leonard. How are you?
It's Roy, and I'm great.
Roy, I wanted to thank you for all the years that you've and all the listeners, and for the time that you've given me the chance and the opportunity over the years to do reviews for you. In 1971, I did a review of a Chicago concert when they were at Erie Crown Theater.
Oh, thank you.
In 1976, I called you from a hotel room in Los Angeles the morning after I had seen the premiere of Alfred Hitchcock's Family Plot. You gave me the opportunity to, I don't know if you remember that or not, but you gave me the opportunity to review the film. I was out there working with a lounge group, and I had gone to the premiere of the film, which was put on by FilmX, which is the Los Angeles Film Festival.
Right.
And I even got a chance to meet him very, very briefly. That was a high point, and the other high point was a couple days later I was able to window shop with Robert Wise down Santa Monica Boulevard.
Oh, wow.
And let me just say that Robert Wise is as nice as you are.
Oh, thank you. Unfortunately, you're one up on me, Tim. You had a chance to meet two people that that I know of, but never had an actual chance to meet. Well, thank you. I listen to everybody who has called with some of the memories. I appreciate it. And also, I would like to mention at this time, too, when I walked into the office the other day, there were 153 emails. So if I don't reply to your email message right away, I'll get to it eventually. And there is literally, I don't think, any way that I could ever respond to every single card. And there have been, well, Sheila knows because I brought a batch home and opened them up at the kitchen table.
Oh, they're wonderful.
And everybody has had something to say. And I've read every single word. I've opened up every single card, and I thank you all. That's all I can say. Thank you, because the memories have been tremendous. Hi, Phyllis.
Hi, Roy. I have listened to you, again, as many people have from the very first day you started. And my children grew up with your children.
Oh,
well, I have 4. I didn't quite get to 6, and I have mainly girls, but I listened all that time, and, the children were about the same age, and really enjoyed hearing all your sport escapades. We've done that also. And I also wanted to share the one day that you gave Sheila's turkey dressing the day before Thanksgiving. And somebody had called in, and I wrote it down on the back of an envelope. And it is still on the back of an envelope, even though it's in the computer. It's easier. It's fun to follow it that way, and it's a wonderful turkey dressing, and I've given it to many friends. And
all right. Oh, I'm glad. Do you use the computer regularly?
Well, I put recipes on it. That's
I'm trying to get Sheila to get onto the computer.
Oh,
but
yeah, I just started.
But she's deathly afraid of it. Try to persuade her. What can you tell her this morning that might make it easier for her?
Well, it's fun getting the recipes on, and it's an escape mechanism.
Aha.
You don't have to do housework. You don't have to. Well, I can't say you don't have to cook, because yes, you do. And it's great now. I'm just starting email. I've only sent one email, but I'm receiving them. They're coming, people. They're coming, and it's a nice way to correspond, I guess. Yeah. And but it's a slow thing. I really have to take a class so I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. I'm always afraid that I will take his whole thing he's been working on the night before and lose it on him.
Oh, well, my husband doesn't want to touch the computer because when he was working, he was on computers and he said, nope, he has enough of them, so he doesn't even bother using mine. So
my grandkids all know how to use them, though. They shame me.
My 6-year-old granddaughter yesterday got a big computer all her own.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's the way of the world, and even, the little ones, even the 5-year-old knows how to work it, but grandmas take a little longer, don't they?
Yes.
Thank you, Phyllis. Thanks for the memories.
Good luck.
Really appreciate it. 14 before 11 on WGN in Chicago.
Entertaining is spelled R-U-B-S-C-H-L-A-G-E-R. Rupschlager's quartet of cocktail breads, rye, pumpernickel, honey, whole grain, and sourdough are a hit at every party. Memorable events begin with Rupschlager breads.
We are pleased to announce the Audi Exchange in Highland Park is now the 4th largest Audi dealer in the United States. We'd like to thank our customers for another year of record sales. However, we still have sales goals that must be met in order to increase our factory allocation of new Audis for 1999. The only way to do that is to sell as many new Audis as possible now through January 2nd. Our goals are your game. The Audi Exchange in Highland Park has unbeatable savings on every new 1999 Audi in stock. As the Midwest's largest Audi dealer, no one can match our selection or savings. Now, through January 2nd, over 100 new 1999 Audi A4s, Avants, and A8s, and over 110 Audi A6 Quattros have been drastically reduced in price at the Audi Exchange in Highland Park. And a few new 1998 Audis are available at even greater savings. You'll save more because our goals are your game. Now through January 2nd, Exchange in Highland Park, 2050 First Street.
Super Kmart's everything you love about a Kmart, plus a quality supermarket built right in. You can do all your shopping in one great place at Super Kmart. One super way to save.
You look very old.
What a great way to start a conversation. Actually, no, it's much grayer, I admit. It's much grayer, but...
No, you look good.
If you'd been through what I've been through over the past few years...
I know, I heard.
I don't know how you look so good. That's why I want
Surgery.
to find out. Burt Reynolds turned out, I think, to be one of the biggest surprises of my life. And I think even Sheila was surprised at the fact, too, of what a nice guy he is.
He's so thoughtful. I always remember the flowers that he sent when we were in St. Louis, and he heard that we wouldn't be here because we were at Carrie's graduation.
Right.
And he stayed over.
To be on the show.
To be on the show.
But he sent us flowers.
Yeah.
I mean, and then once I was out on the coast and wanted to interview Burt, and he was kind of tied up doing something. He says, well, come on over to the house. And so he lives in Holmby Hills, and he gave me directions. So, I just jumped in a cab, went over to his house, and one of the most beautiful homes I've ever seen, filled with Indian artifacts. And we sat and had fun, and he was just a really nice human being, who's, I guess, like most people in the entertainment world, has had ups and downs. I guess we all do. Somebody called a little while ago, and they couldn't wait on the phone, and they said, well, you're always so up. Have you ever had any downs? Has there ever been a time in your life when things haven't gone perhaps as you would like? Actually, we've been very fortunate. There was one time, when the reason I'm out here, when the station that I was working with, I was working both radio and television, and they decided to change the format of the radio station, and so we all kind of moved over into TV work. But I remember our income was like cut in half, so you made a lot of casseroles. But it wasn't.
You didn't want to be a rock jock.
No, sister. The only really downtime that I can recall, a time that was difficult for me, was the weekend of the assassination of President Kennedy. And I was working for an ABC station in Boston, and I remember I was in the car, and I heard the bulletin, wheeled around, and they sent me down to Hyannisport, where I was most of the weekend. But you had a tough time at home that weekend.
Oh, the boys were very fond of President Kennedy, and Kyle was the same age as John. And he would watch for your reports on television, and you would come on and give your report, and he'd say, that's my daddy, I want him home. And I would just collapse in tears, because I'd think of the other boy whose daddy wasn't going to come home.
Yeah, that was tough. In fact, I think that was the weekend I decided I didn't want to be a newsman anymore. It was just too much. I got too emotionally involved. Joe Bartosh, our producer, found the Chicago Tribune dated Monday, July 3rd of 1967. That was the very first Roy Leonard show, 31 years ago. I'm looking at the ads. Here's an ad for Jewel. Sirloin steak, 99 cents a pound. Let's see, what else? Ground beef, 39 cents a pound at Kroger. Boy, things have changed a little bit, haven't they? Prices have gone up just a little bit. Nick DiGilio is still in the studio. Here's the movie page, Nick.
That was 3 days before I turned 2.
And your dad...
He remembers it well.
Yeah. Your dad took you to the Roosevelt Theater to see the St. Valentine's Day Massacre.
That's what happened.
Yeah, give him a couple of years on that. We can wait. What else was playing?
Chicago, Sean Connery, and You Only Live Twice.
Oh, okay.
Divorce American Style.
Oh, sure.
With Dick Van Dyke and Debbie Reynolds and Jason Robards. Doris Day and Richard Harris were starring in Caprice. Will anybody ever forget that hit?
Nice.
Hawaii.
Was there any Elvis movies out at that time?
Yes. Double Trouble.
Double Trouble was out. Good.
Yeah, with Elvis. Let's see. How to Succeed in Business was out at the Old Orchard. And Dr. Zhivago was playing at the... Is the Luna still around?
No, the Luna at Belmont and Cicero was torn down in the mid-'80s.
Oh.
I saw, you know what, they've gone from showing Dr. Zhivago, one of the last movies I saw there.
Yeah.
I Spit on Your Grave.
Oh, yeah, well, things change.
Absolutely.
8 minutes before the hour of 11 on WGN in Chicago. Hello.
Hello, Roy.
Who's this?
This is Rick Garofalo.
Oh, my gosh, Rick I got to tell him who Rick is. Rick is a WGN engineer. And Rick was the engineer that went out to the Oscars with us.
And his wife, too?
Yes, Kathy, we come with. Good morning,
time.
Sheila.
Hi.
I just wanted to say thank you to both of you for one of the best assignments of my entire career at the station.
Hey, though, do you remember the time we were in some hotel? We weren't in a studio. we were in a hotel room.
We had no phone line.
Yeah, right. And we're going to go on the air. We don't have a phone line. And then the other time that the
first one, I think, at Lowry's Prime Rib.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And we had no phone line there either, so we wound up taking the cook or the chef's regular telephone and breaking into it with alligator clips or something to get back on, to get you on the air. And, of course, they were concerned about how long we'd be on the air because he needed the line to order the vegetables and the meat and all that.
And they kept washing the whole floor while we were working around there.
And Dick Clark was there at that one, and he asked for change. He didn't have any change for a call. I think he did, but he didn't want it. And the other thing I remember is that Sheila and Kathy came along to go to one of the Oscar broadcasts because at that time you were running a TV trivia or a movie trivia contest, and the winner would go to the Oscars.
Right.
And Sheila and Kathy were going to come to one of the shows, and there was a foul-up with the tickets or something, so they wound up having to stay at the room and watch the show because the tickets had to go to the contest winners.
Right.
Eating hamburgers.
Room
service.
We had room service. What the heck?
I just want to say thank you so much for the chance to participate in those broadcasts. And I remember you had asked one of the other engineers the first year, and they weren't interested in going. So
can you imagine that?
You asked if I wanted to go.
We had some good times, Rick.
Thanks so much, Roy, and all the best to you and Sheila in your retirement.
Thanks,
man.
Rick.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Time, 6 minutes before 11.
Hi, everyone. This is Dean Richards. And normally, on an announcement like this here on the Roy Leonard Show, you'd hear me invite you to join us to our weekend shows. And certainly, we do hope that you'll listen to us later today and again tomorrow. But this time, I wanted to take this announcement to say a congratulations and mostly a thank you to Roy Leonard today on his final regular broadcast. A lot of who I am as a broadcaster is because I grew up in Chicago listening to a pro like Roy Leonard. And as I became a broadcaster, observed the very best, Roy Leonard. You will always be my hero, my friend. And while I hope I do you proud when we take over your Sunday morning show, believe me, no one will miss you more than me. To Sheila and to your entire family and Roy, we wish you all the very best in 19 and beyond. Thanks very much for all the wonderful years, Roy.
Thanks, Dean. Oh, that was nice. Dean Richards. Yeah, you're going to be listening to him now every Sunday, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning for 3 full hours. He'll bring you up to date with theater, and he's going to continue the travel segment, too, I understand. That's good news. In fact, we'll have a AAA travel segment here at 11:30. Sheila's with me, and we'll tell you about some of the trips that we've got planned for this coming year.
Il più magico dì dell'anno, svegliarsi con gente cara, non si può aver sonno, un buon foggia su prepara, un aroma dei monti, e il tuo atteso, ecco arrivano tutti, che gioia loro riso.
The language of joy is universal. Happy holidays from Folgers.
For just 57 cents a day, you can have 13 weeks of the Wall Street Journal delivered to your home or office every business day. That's 25% off the Journal's regular price for the insights, analysis, and big picture thinking you need to make better decisions, more confident decisions. Call now and get 13 weeks of the Journal for just 57 cents a day. New subscribers in the continental U.S. only. Call 800-522-7100. That's 800-522-7100 for the Wall Street Journal.
Only an hour to go. You'll be all right.
You think I'll last?
Yeah, you'll last. I haven't embarrassed you yet. It's 4 minutes before 11. Rob Guttrow is in our WGN Weather Channel office, and boy, are we looking at beautiful blue skies in Chicago, Rob.
We sure are, Roy, and I guess it's a good way to say goodbye.
Yeah, it is.
Actually. For today, we will have a mix of clouds and sunshine with a high temperature near 31 degrees. Tonight, skies will become mostly cloudy. You may see a little light snow possible as a quick-moving system moves our way, with a low dropping down to 24. Tomorrow looks like a partly cloudy day with a high near 38. On Monday, though, might be a little messy going to work with some freezing rain and a high near 37.
All right. So if you got something to do out of doors, do it.
There you go.
Thanks, Rob.
And, Roy, I wanted to wish you a wonderful retirement, and may all your sunrises be golden.
Oh, I like that. Thank you, Rob.
You're welcome.
Rob Guttrow at our Weather Channel office at 3 minutes before 11. Now, you've heard us talk before about this Ron Hawking show, the one that's playing over at the Mercury Theater, His Way, a tribute to the man and his music. This is that salute to Sinatra, created and starring Ron Hawking. By the way, Ron doesn't imitate Sinatra. Nobody in their right mind would attempt to do that. What he does is to sing the songs that Sinatra made famous with this great band, but he's also quite an impressionist. As a matter of fact, there's one point where he brings back the Rat Pack, and it's very amusing and extremely well done. They've added a couple of special shows for New Year's Eve. In fact, here, let me give you the phone number. It's 773-325-1700. That's the number that you can call. You can make New Year's Eve reservations, or make reservations for the other extra added shows during this holiday season. If you haven't been to the Mercury Theater, by the way, it's right up there in North Southport between Addison and Irving Park. They have valet parking. There are great restaurants along the area as well. It is a great show. See it, because it's got to leave Chicago on February the 28th for a national tour. That's right. It will only play at the Mercury Theater through February the 28th. So have a happy, healthy New Year from the producers of His Way. And they want to extend their thanks to those of you who bought tickets and have made it the success it is. His Way. It's a tribute to the man and his music. One of the best shows in Chicago.
Dream a little dream with me.
Just when you thought the gift-giving season was over, Walter E. Smith Custom Furniture comes through with one more gift for you. Actually, you get your choice. You see, you can order your dream sofa now and not pay for it for a whole year, or take a 6% discount when you pay with cash. During our New Year's sale, order your custom sofa and pay no interest and make no payments until the year 2000 when you run your Smith card. Or receive a 6% discount with a cash purchase. Sale ends January 3rd. Low 18.9% APR, minimum finance charge 50 cents to qualified customers. See store for details. So give yourself or someone you love one more gift this holiday season. Our Walter E. Smith design consultants will help you choose from over 3,000 fabrics and leathers to create your dream sofa. Visit one of our 11 stores, open every day, including New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Call 1-800-WITH-NE. 1-800-WITH-NE for Walter E. Smith. You dream it, we build it. Sale ends January 3rd.
Well, the 26th of December turns out to be a beautiful day in Chicago. And last week, of course, we were slightly upstaged by Washington during our next to last broadcast from the Museum of Broadcast Communications. It's a little bit quieter, but there is news, and you do have to know what's going on in the world. And if you have any questions that will help you enjoy the weekend in Chicago better, you may chat with us right after the 11 o'clock news. Our phone number is 591-7200. It's 11 a.m. on Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720, a Tribune broadcasting station. Here's Lyle Dean with the news.
And I've yet to interrupt your program this morning. Among our Saturday headlines, a Pentagon denial, a judge orders TWA flight attendants back to work, and another influential voice for censure. Details after Catherine Bale looks at WGN traffic.
And we're watching those roads outbound on the Stevenson. Accident at First Avenue, still blocking the right lane. Commuters proceed with caution in this area. Southbound on I-65, accident just south of Ridge Road with all lanes blocked into the scene. Lots of gapers, so proceed here with caution as well. Otherwise, everything looks pretty good. The Edens is wide open. It's traveling well either direction. Kennedy looks great. Airport commuters, you're going to have a quick trip today. That's a nice reprieve, isn't it? Eisenhower, Stevenson, Dan Ryan look real good. Stevenson, with the exception of the accident, that should be cleared up shortly. Tollways in exceptional shape. And one final note, and that is on the tollways. I-355 ramps are open. The new ramps at the interchange of the North-South Tollway and Boughton Road are now in service. The amount that you need to drop is 25 cents. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
The Pentagon denies accusations from Iraq that U.S. or British planes attack an Iraqi anti-aircraft unit. A similar accusation was made earlier in the week, and also denied by both U.S. and British officials. No comment yet from the British about today's accusation. When a lot of TWA flight attendants called in sick on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, causing cancellation of nearly 100 flights, a federal judge stepped in and ordered the flight attendants to end their sick-out. Another influential senator is recommending censure over an impeachment trial. ABC's Pam Coulter talks about Democratic Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan.
Considered one of the Senate's leading intellectuals and one of the first Democrats to criticize the president's behavior, Moynihan's comments are likely to be taken seriously by his Senate colleagues and boost the effort for a censure compromise. Administration officials welcomed his comments, but were careful not to gloat over this favorite of events.
President Clinton says he is determined to lower the blood alcohol level for drunk driving. The president used his weekly radio address to urge Congress to make the 08 level, already adopted by Illinois and 15 other states, as a national standard. Parts of the South hit hard by a Christmas Eve ice storm are still crippled today. Virginia still has 200,000 electric customers without power, just a few thousand in North Carolina, 28,000 in Mississippi. A lawsuit filed by 3 women claims they were mistreated by male colleagues at the Aurora Police Department and denied advancement opportunities because of their gender. 2 of the women are current officers in the Aurora Police Department. Money questions are being raised about plans for high-speed trains carrying commuters and freight between Chicago and Madison, Wisconsin. A lobbyist for a Milwaukee-based railroad says the company is eager to begin the service with daily round trips. But first, it wants guarantees that existing track will be improved for higher speeds. And this is a special day at WGN, the last Roy Leonard show. A lot of people have called to remember the wonderful times Roy has provided them during 31 years. Of course, I'm not old enough to remember all of those years. But like others have already said this morning, Tom Peterson, Dean Richards, Nick, and some others, I would like to say thanks on behalf of all of us here at WGN for being the broadcast professional that we would all like to be when we grow up.
It's a time that you may have heard. It's a time that you may have heard friends talking about America's furniture showplace. Although some people just say Goods Furniture in Kewanee, Illinois. Well, they're all talking about the same place. The huge 9-building complex. The one that's connected by walkways. The one where there are 25 different levels of cozy, intimate atmospheres created by the top furniture manufacturer designers all over the world. Certainly, your friends have told you about Goods cost plus pricing. Now, Goods won't artificially raise their prices just to lower them. They always have the lowest prices every day. Maybe you've heard friends talking about the Wine Cellar Restaurant, the Skywalk Cafe, the bed and breakfast, and more. Well, Goods will be open today, day after Christmas. They'll be there till 6 o'clock. Tomorrow they'll be there from 10 to 5. Next week, they'll be open all weekend. That includes Friday, New Year's Day. So make some plans. Treat yourself, your friends, your family to a fun day at Goods, right off I-80 in Kewanee. Best furniture, greatest values at Goods Furniture.
The WGN Weather Channel forecast, Rob Guttrow says a fast-moving system into the Mississippi Valley tonight may bring us a little light snow. Until then, clouds will increase, and so will the crowds, giving us a mix of clouds and sun today. Breezy, high of 31. Tonight down to 24 degrees. A little light snow possible tomorrow. Skies will become partly cloudy with a high of 38. And then on Monday, freezing rain is possible with a high of 37. Currently, west wind 7 miles an hour, 55% humidity, 25 degrees at the lakefront, 25 at Midway, 24 officially at O'Hare with a wind chill of 15. I'm Lyle Dean on Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720 WGN.
We're at 6 minutes after 11. We have the final Roy Leonard show after 31 years of broadcasting at WGN. Joanne, you had a question.
Hi, Roy. This is so much fun to talk to you.
Thanks.
I wanted to know, have you cleaned out your office? You still must be working on that. I'm sure you've got Sheila busy helping you.
I am in the process of cleaning out my office.
I knew you hadn't done it yet.
As a matter of fact, funny thing, somebody was interviewing me, and they mentioned in the article, they went into my office, which I don't usually allow, but they went into the office and looked around, and they saw this huge 8-foot submarine. That it was a promotional vehicle for the Hunt for Red October.
Oh.
And it's been sitting up there, ever since that movie came out. I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. One of my sons was reading the article, and he says, "I want that." And so they wanted for one of my little grandsons to play with next time they go up to the lake up in Wisconsin.
Oh, won't that be? I'm sure there's some Seymour Payson Scar somewhere.
Probably
in the corner.
somewhere, Joanne. But yeah, I'm working on The Office, Joanne. Thank you very much. It's 7 minutes after 11, and let's see. It says Steve. I know of Steve Steve Bertrand. No.
Steve Dahl.
Hey, Guy. How are you,
Roy?
What a pleasure.
Hey, a pleasure to talk to you. And I'm listening to the show here. I'm down in Florida, but I'm listening on hold, and I'm thinking, I don't think you should retire yet.
Wait a minute. Hey, by the way, I tried to correct them over Channel 9. I want you to, I haven't had a chance to tell you this in person. They started this thing over at Channel 9. This, Sugar Roy is on to do the movie reviews.
That's me.
I know it. I told them, they tried to attribute it to Bill Weir, who's a super guy.
Right.
But I says, wait a minute. Steve Dahl, I heard him do that, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, it seems.
I'd say in the early 80s.
Yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Right.
Sugar Roy.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you, man. I have said this a couple of times. I said it to my boss, who was in here earlier this morning. Too bad he didn't go when he was here. Well, no, it's just as well that he did.
He came in to hassle you on your last day?
I've never done a show with the boss sitting in the studio. I said to him...
I have.
More than once.
Hello to your lovely wife, by the way.
Fine, thank you, Steve.
She heard your voice coming out of numerous radios in our house.
She said, "Turn that crap off."
Or
boys.
Or words to that effect.
Yeah.
I'll never forget the time one of my sons sat in either behind you or in front of you out at Poplar Creek one time, and
that was Kyle.
Was that Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah, giving you a hard time.
He had the card, Son of Roy, and he got Steve to autograph it.
That's right. Anyway,
so I'll tell you, you have a great family. You should be really, really proud of your family and all that you've accomplished.
And you know what I get a kick out of is listening to you as your boys have grown up. Because, I've been through all of that. And I know what you're going... And to take them on the road, well, that was a whole other thing. Yeah. Anyway, those people who are in the business, their thoughts are especially appreciated because they know what we go through every day. Very nice of you to call, man. You on vacation?
Yes, sir. Although, as you know, with 3 boys, you're never really on vacation.
Having fun, though, I hope.
Yeah, we're down in Florida, for a couple of weeks because, this is the only time of year where they don't take ratings.
Okay.
So it's the only time I can relax. And I wanted to come to your thing last week, but as you know, I went to Wally's show at the museum, and I didn't want that to become too cliche. Plus, you and I have always gotten along. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have no problem, man.
You're my idol. So, yeah.
Okay, hey, hi to Janet and the boys, and enjoy your vacation.
Are you still going with the long hair?
No, actually, I've cut it back.
A little.
I've cut it a little.
Not quite as shaggy as it was.
I say go long, go ponytail and earring for retirement.
Oh, no.
Yes. Yes.
I said once I was going to grow a beard, and she said, "Yeah, and you sleep on the couch." Well,
I guess you're going to have to kind of go with what the wife says, that you guys will be spending a lot of time together.
A lot of time together. Thanks, Steve. That was nice of you to call, man.
Hey, thank you for all the great years of broadcasting and for the inspiration, and we'll miss you.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Okay,
bye.
Bye.
Steve Dahl. That's a surprise. Yeah, 10 after 11 on WGN in Chicago. I don't know whether there are going to be any more surprises or not, but if you have a question or there's something that you would like to share in this program, you can give us a call. Our number is 591-7200. The final Roy Leonard Show here on the 26th of December. However, the world does go on. John Williams will be your host every Saturday morning, and every Sunday morning Dean Richards will be here, and all the things that are important to you that WGN has been able to do for you. Like let you know what the movies are, let you know what's playing around town. We'll continue to cover Chicago theater. In fact, Ann Libera, my daughter-in-law, who is both a director and an actress and a writer and loves theater, will continue to cover the Chicago theater scene, and she will be covering it with Dean Richards every weekend. Now, Traditionally, day after Christmas is one of the busiest days of the year, and it's true at Hannah's Home Accents out in Antioch, just as it is at your store that perhaps you've already visited today. Hannah's has their annual Christmas clearance sale. It started this morning. It will run through New Year's Eve. At Hannah's, you save at least 50% on most every Christmas item. And as you know, Hannah's is the creative center for folks with an imaginative flair. And right now, you save 50% on artificial floral arrangements and components, and the wreaths and garlands and swags, the poinsettia bushes, the stems. Hannah's Home Accents will also have 50% discounts on lifelike Christmas trees and decorations and ornaments and light sets. Hannah's Christmas clearance sale is also the time to stock up on wrapping paper and bows and Christmas cards. You'll want to hurry over to Hannah's Home Accents. Maybe go over a little later today or early next week. It's a big Christmas clearance sale, and it runs through New Year's Eve. Hannah's Home Accents in downtown Antioch on Lake Street, 7 miles west of the tri-state. It's about 12 minutes after 11 on WGN in Chicago. I'm Roy Leonard. Sheila Leonard is here. We celebrated our 45th wedding anniversary last October. Our kids did something for us that was a real sweet thing. As long as I can remember, you have told me the one thing that you wanted more than anything else.
A grandfather clock.
And I don't know why. We just kind of never got around to getting the grandfather clock. I guess it's perhaps I didn't want to pick it out. I wanted you to kind of see it maybe. But then one of our daughters-in-law came to me one day and kind of secretively said, "Hey, I found this grandfather's clock, and I want you to take a look at it first." So anyway, I went up to the clock shop up in Lake Forest.
And it's beautiful.
Oh, man, it is the most glorious piece of furniture. And I didn't think, for instance, that I wasn't sure whether I would like to hear the chimes. And now suddenly, if I don't hear a chime, I know something's wrong. You know, either the clock stopped or I forgot to wind it. It was one of the sweetest things to do. And I only bring it up this morning to prove to you, friends, that if you wait long enough, sometimes your dreams will come true. Did you really want to marry a guy in the radio business?
I guess I just wanted to marry you.
Well, that's
no
nice.
matter what business.
Yeah. I love, Sheila's father was a funny guy, Steve, and he, Sheila's an only child, and of course, I think fathers and mothers of only children, especially daughters, hate, and probably with sons too, hate to see the single child go. And he was so funny because we were both Red Sox fans, and he was a Braves fan too because he grew up in the Boston area, and would listen on the radio to every single sports broadcast there ever was. And so Sheila sort of gave him the hint that she might be marrying this guy in radio, and he says to his daughter,
"Radio isn't here to stay."
Yeah, right.
However, he had built one of the first crystal sets. He was an electrical engineer.
Yeah.
We had a radio in every room in our house. And I started to laugh. And his sense of humor got the best of him,
sure.
and he laughed too.
We still have a radio in every room in our house, actually, and they're always on. There's just something about, waking up in the morning and wanting to know what's going on in the world. And it's certainly been a wonderful business for me, I'll tell you that. And those of you who have listened to our show know what I'm talking about. In fact, some of the people down at the Museum of Broadcast Communications last week, when we had our next to last show, I told them the only dangerous thing about doing that is the fact that they could see how easy it is to do what we do. I mean, we just kind of sit here and we talk. It's 11:15 in the morning. You got a few memories, Albert?
Yes, I do.
Which one in particular?
Thank you so much for, remember the time when you would have listeners write in their favorite songs and you'd play as many of them as you could?
Oh, the top 10.
Yes.
In the morning, 10. Between 10 and 12 in the morning, you sent me the list and I'd play the songs.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for all of the times that you've been there.
Did you get yours played?
Well, I didn't have to, as it turned out, I didn't have to write in because some of those songs were my favorites as well.
One of the notes, as I mentioned to the audience earlier, we've been getting so many cards, and one of the notes that came along with one of the cards was from a lady whose top 10 songs we played, and she it meant so much to her that day because she, if I recall, had a little story to go along with every song. I mean, there was a reason to play them. That's another feature that I had forgotten about that we used to do, and it was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got the nice memories, Albert. Thank
you so much.
You bet. Over the years, we've kind of experimented. Most of the things that we've tried have turned out pretty well. You know, the Christmas phone calls and the play ball game. But no matter what it is, it just can't go on forever. And I decided to quit while I was ahead. Who knows? The one thing I used to dread, and Sheila knows this, I told her once, I said, when it doesn't sound as good on the air, when you aren't doing what you really should be doing, just give me a kick in the pants and tell me, to retire. Well, she did not have anything to do with this. I just decided that my health was pretty good and things were going along well. Hey, why not quit while you're ahead? We're going to do a little more traveling. We'll tell you about it in the final half hour today. That'll be our AAA travel segment. I've got some news about some of the trips that we're going to be taking in the days and the weeks to come. So stick around.
Radio 720. WGN.
There's no vision. There's no vision by the owner. Well, the vision would be to hire a Seifert or a Mike Holmgren. So
the Three Bears.
Yeah, but I guess what you're saying is that would never happen.
Hampton, Waddle, and Cause.
The crazy thing is, how many fumbles and turnovers have we had in the line of scrimmage with our back?
Join David Kaplan with the Three Bears tomorrow morning at 9
on Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720 WGN.
Make Mertz cheese a New Year's tradition in your home. Mertz is pure Wisconsin aged cheese that's all natural and has no preservatives. With 8 different varieties from which to choose, Mertz will be an added delight to all your favorite foods.
If you are currently leasing an Acura, BMW, Infiniti, Lexus, or Mercedes, Audi Exchange in Highland Park has a special message for you. With another year of record sales, the Audi Exchange in Highland Park is now the 4th largest Audi dealer in the nation. To meet increased demand, the Audi Exchange in Highland Park must increase its factory allocations for 1999. In addition, construction has drastically reduced storage space on their lots. The Audi Exchange in Highland Park is forced to clear out as many new Audis as possible between now and January 2nd. If your current lease matures in the next 3 months, the Audi Exchange in Highland Park has special incentives to terminate your lease early. With these incentives, you can lease a new 1999 Audi for the lowest lease payments of the year. Choose from hundreds of new 1999 Audis, including A4s, Avants, A8s, and Audi A6 Quattros, with the lowest lease payments of the year. Now through January 2nd, you can lease a new Audi for less at the Audi Exchange in Highland Park at 2051st Street.
It's 11:19 on WGN in Chicago. Another one of the things that my wife and I have enjoyed over the years, as you well know, is live theater. And we didn't meet until the early 50s, and we didn't know until after we had spent some time together. Actually, Sheila cast me in a play. That's really how it all started. But I didn't realize that you had been interested in the theater, from early on, just as I had been.
Definitely. I enjoyed it. My parents loved the theater, and Boston was a tryout town, so we always went to the theater.
We were so lucky to see all these great shows that would come through Boston. And as you know, Chicago, we just mentioned earlier, the Glass Menagerie was first performed here in Chicago back in 1944 on this very date. But Boston and Philadelphia were real big tryout towns where all the big Broadway producers would first bring their shows. And, hey, for most of us, I guess it was, second balcony for 50 cents.
50 cents.
For something like that. But we just got to see the greatest shows in the world. And I can remember we spent our honeymoon in New York, and this was 1953. We were married in October, and we went to New York, and naturally we had tickets to a whole bunch of shows. But I remember in particular, we had heard about this show called The Boyfriend. And we didn't know anything about it. It was kind of an import from England, remember?
It was wonderful.
And we had seats in the orchestra. In fact, I think some record company probably got us the seats, because in those days, record companies could do a lot for you if they wanted you to play their records. And we sat there, and there was this one girl in this play who really stood out. It was so obvious that she would someday be a star, because she had a lovely voice, and she was pretty to look at.
And she stole the show.
Yeah, and she was.
Julie Andrews.
Exactly. Nobody had
I don't think she was much over 16.
Probably.
She was very young.
And then remember that time, too? I don't know whether, because we used to go back to New York every year to try and, just spend a few days seeing shows and talking to people in our business. We had never heard of Victor Borge, and somebody told us we ought to go to see this guy. And he was so funny and witty, we literally had tears in our eyes.
This one-man show.
Oh, man.
And we saw Shirley Booth, remember?
The only show I ever walked out on was Shirley Booth was appearing in New York in a musical called By the Beautiful Sea, I think it was.
That was it.
It was so bad. And we had tickets. Well, we didn't have tickets, but we had reservations for later in the evening to go to see Vaughn Monroe. He was playing, what, at the Statler or something like that? I forget what room.
No, Roosevelt Hotel.
Oh, was it the Roosevelt?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we left at intermission because the show was so bad, went over and had a few dances. Hey, a lot of you might not know, Vaughn Monroe holds a very special place in our lives. Sheila's from Framingham, Massachusetts, and Vaughn Monroe used to have a restaurant in Framingham.
The Meadows. We had our wedding reception there.
Right. And Vaughn Monroe's wife kind of ran the whole thing.
Marion.
In fact, we still hear from Marion once in a while.
She's in Florida now.
And Vaughn Monroe would try out his current act at the Meadows. He played there for a couple of weeks, and everybody around Framingham knew who he was. So Vaughn Monroe and the Moon Maids would sing "Racing with the Moon," and everybody would have a good time. And this is a lovely restaurant on Route 9 between Boston and Worcester, and we had our wedding reception there. And I'll tell them what happened at the very end of the wedding. That was funny.
Well, I had paid for the reception, and towards the very end of the wedding reception, this gentleman came over to Roy and handed him an envelope, and he said, "You get a professional discount." So he gave Roy the refund on what I had paid.
Well, but it was fine because I didn't have much money anyway, and we were headed to New York on a honeymoon, and I needed it. It's 11:23 in Chicago.
Winter weather is torture on my skin. It doesn't just get dry, it gets itchy and irritated, and ordinary lotions just don't seem to help.
Introducing new Gold Bond medicated lotion. Unlike the leading moisturizers, only Gold Bond lotion has a triple action formula that replenishes your skin with 3 moisturizers, soothes and protects with dimethicone, and stops itch with a proven medicated itch fighter.
With Gold Bond lotion, the dryness is gone, the itch is gone, and my skin feels refreshed.
Gold Bond medicated body lotion. More than a moisturizer, it's medicated. Use only as directed.
Hello! Ed McMahon here for the American Family Sweepstakes, reminding you to look for the envelope with my head printed on the outside. Send in the entry form, and on January 31st, you could win $11 million. Remember, only the envelope with my head on the outside could be worth $11 million. If you receive an envelope with my hand on it, it is not, I repeat, not going to get you a chance at winning $11 million. All you have to do is open the envelope with my head. Not my foot, not my big toe, nothing but my head. Open it and send in your entry, and you could be the big winner. If for some reason you do get an envelope with some other part of my body printed on the outside, you can be sure that it is not an official sweepstakes envelope. No elbows, pinkies, or kneecaps, please. So look for my head on your American Family Sweepstakes envelope today. Once again, my big toe does not count.
Entry deadline January 27, 1999. $11 million paid $366,666 annually for 30 years. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Other restrictions may apply.
Whatever you say. It's 11:25. We talk about Vaughn Monroe, and look who shows up. Ron Modell. Hey, Ron.
How you doing, Roy?
Oh, I'm doing real well. Ron Modell is an old friend. He was head of the jazz studies out there at Northern Illinois University in DeKalb for so long, and he's a great horn player, and he and the boys traveled with Phil Collins all over the world. And, hey, you haven't stopped, have you?
Well, that's what I was going to tell you about your retirement. Your life is just starting over again. This is the new phase of the Roy and Sheila Leonard life that will hold so many surprises and so many wonderful things to come that you won't believe it. The retirement for Kathy and I have been just wonderful.
Good.
But I wanted to tell you, and I was trying to remember the first time we met, and I believe it was early 70s when I invited you out to the house to meet Woody Herman.
Yes, it was.
And I think it was Woody's birthday.
Yep.
And we took the whole band to the restaurant in DeKalb, and it was a wonderful evening, and it was such a joy to meet you because you had been talking on WGN about a place, I believe, in Revere, Massachusetts, that you had gone to hear Stan Kenton.
Oh, well, a little bit north of Revere, Canopy Lake, New Hampshire.
That was the place.
A little bit north of Revere, right over the border. I dragged Sheila kicking and screaming to hear this band that I thought was the greatest band I'd ever heard in my life.
And it was.
Come to think of it. And, but I mean, Woody Herman and all those great herds.
It was a wonderful time. And, with this new swing time coming back, I think you're going to hear a lot of the same literature. And the kids are just now discovering what we've known for 50 years.
You're right, Ron.
But we wanted to wish you and Sheila the very best in your retirement, and to thank you not only for your wonderful friendship and the love we felt coming from you two all these years, for the support you gave the NIU Jazz Ensemble, because I think all of your programs in which we had chances to visit with Louis Bellson and with Dizzy Gillespie and some of the great people that appeared with the band, it really opened up the eyes of the people in the Chicagoland area that there was something really fine going on in DeKalb. And so we thank you for that, and we wish you a happy, healthy New Year and the brightest of futures.
Did you ever know Boots Masuli? He played sax with Stan Kenton.
Yeah, yes.
For years. Boots lived in Milford, Massachusetts, and he became a good friend. And when our first son, Kip, was born, he wrote a chart, and he called it KIP, K-I-P.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever see, there's an old Capitol album called Boston Blow Up by Serge Chaloff, who, if I remember correctly, was one of the original four brothers, wasn't he?
That's right, he was.
Yeah, Serge Chaloff recorded that song, and I still got a copy at home. It's on an old vinyl. Hasn't been released on CD yet, but everybody that I have ever met in the world of jazz, I mean, Dave Brubeck was, I proposed to my wife in Storyville while listening to Dave Brubeck one night. I got to know Boots, and you introduced me to some fabulous people in the jazz world. Got to know Louis Bellson through you, and I've got a lot of nice memories. So we'll still share them, Ron. And it's nice of you to call, and we hope you and Kathy have a great holiday.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah, there's something about the people in the music business.
They're all so wonderful.
Remember the night we met June Christie?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
We sat with her the whole night in a little tavern.
Best night that I remember in music is the night we were sitting in Storyville. The Duke Ellington Band was there. In fact, Louis Bellson was then playing with the Ellington Orchestra, and we sat through a set. And then after the first set, it was like 11:30 or 12, it was like getting close to midnight, there was this hustle and bustle in the rear of the room. Frank Sinatra walked in. He was playing at, it's another nightclub. This was in his real down career. This was like before From Here to Eternity. He was having a lot of trouble. And he was singing in a nightclub in Boston, and not too many people showed up. And Pearl was with him.
Pearl came in with him.
Pearl Bailey was with him, walked into the rear of Storyville, and I mean, even in those days, everybody stopped and turned because they wouldn't go to hear him sing, but he was still a star, Everybody turned around and watched Sinatra walk into the room. And that was a great night. We stayed for the second set.
Oh, yeah.
It was really good. Hey, speaking of Sinatra, what a lead into a commercial. There's a show in town called His Way, a tribute to the man and his music. It's playing over at the Mercury Theater. It stars Ron Hawking. Bill Rogers has got this great 14-piece swinging band. In fact, they have had to add extra performances for the holidays to accommodate everybody. Maybe you'd like the opportunity to enjoy the show. It's at the Mercury Theater, and with extra shows, 2 shows on New Year's Eve. Why don't you call this number, 773-325-1700. And the producers of the show also want to remind you all of the final extension through February the 28th, prior to the national tour. So even if you've seen it, see it again. Make sure your friends know about it. And from the producers of His Way, a wish to all of you for a happy and healthy new year. They thank all of you who have bought tickets and made it a success. His Way, a tribute to the man and his music, one of the best shows in Chicago. Catherine Vale, it's 11:30. How's traffic in Chicago doing?
Well, it's certainly getting better. Roy, southbound on I-65, 65, the accident just south of Ridge Road with all lanes blocked has been reopened. Also in Indiana, though, there's an accident on the ramp from southbound Kennedy to westbound 8094. Now, locally, as far as the expressways go, they look real good. The Edens is wide open. Kennedy traveling well. The Eisenhower in good shape. Stevenson, that accident at first has been removed, and the Dan Ryan looks good. Tollways with no major problems. And if I may, just wish you and your wife all the very best. And my favorite interview was with James Cameron because my favorite movie is Titanic. So I really enjoyed that. Thank you. Let's look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic.
Thank you, Catherine. It's 11:31 on WGN in Chicago. Oh, the Big O just walked in. Orion Samuelson will be with you in about a half hour, and the new show's coming up. Back from Washington.
And an interesting trip there. But I had to stop in, Roy, because I was here a long time before you arrived. So I've given you a lot of fatherly advice over the years, and you have taken it all and that sort of thing. But I want to thank you for something you did for me that I've never ever mentioned before. But the thing I always admired about Roy is he never played a record unless there was a reason to do it. It wasn't fill time between commercials. There was always a reason for it. And secondly, when I would come in the morning to do the market reports and you would have celebrity guests in here, you always introduced me. Always introduced me to your... I met Gregory Peck, I met Bob Hope, I met Burt Reynolds, I met all of these people. And I lost track of the number of people who walked out of here. And I know that celebrities don't like to get up early in the morning. And for them, it was early to come in and do interviews. But they always said, boy, they'd come back anytime to be on Roy Leonard's show. But the one thing you did for me, you introduced me to Sophia Loren. I mean, I hardly remember the moment. She was wearing a yellow shirtwaist dress. And, but
yes, you don't remember that at all.
I don't remember it at all.
Indeed.
But she stood up and graciously said hello, and it's nice to meet you, and extended her hand. And most exciting celebrity moment of my life.
Got a quick story about that. You remember Coleman King?
Yes. Yes.
Coleman King used to run the mailroom at WGN, right. And he was a photographer. And he would come in and he'd take celebrity pictures. He would take pictures of me and my guests. The day that Sophia Loren was in, for some reason, he brought in a stepladder, and he walked up the stepladder about 3 or 4 steps so that he could, shoot down, if you will. And he gave me a copy of that picture, and Sheila had it framed. In fact, it's up on the family room wall.
Yes, it is.
But the kids, remember the kids?
Well, they were younger then.
Oh, yeah. The kids were like 8 or 9 years old. They were very upset. Daddy, you aren't going to put that picture up on the wall. Sophia Loren is a beautiful lady.
She is.
Hey, that's very sweet, man. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you for all the good years.
We'll be right back.
The following is an excerpt from Let's Talk Gardening, subtitled For the Gardening Impaired.
Hey, Kathy, want to see my Mina lobata?
It's not what you think. It's a climbing vine with beautiful orange and yellow flowers.
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, and Mike, I heard you have a huge ligularia.
You wish it. She's talking about a shade plant with exquisite foliage and yellow flowers.
Let's talk gardening.
Tonight at 8 o'clock. Subtitles not included.
Radio 720 WGN.
New America Online 4.0, the easiest internet online service, just got easier. To order, call 800-4-ONLINE. America Online, so easy to use, no wonder one. Sign up today.
Now, it's 26 minutes before noon on WGN in Chicago, and this is the AAA Travel segment of our Saturday show. Incidentally, the AAA Travel segments are going to continue on WGN. Dean Richards will be talking about travel, and I think maybe one of the things that will happen is that Sheila and I will probably call in from wherever we are in the world. Can you remember the day I came home and said we were going to London?
Well, I was delighted. The boys were finally old enough that we had them all encased in a college or working, so we could go, and it was very nice.
I think the only time that we had ever been out of the country before was a quick trip to Hawaii with the kids before college. I think Kip...
before the oldest went to college.
Yeah, because we figured, once you got kids in college, especially 4, you're not going to go many places. You're going to be paying halls of ivy. So we didn't really get to travel for a long while. Other than to colleges. We went to Kalamazoo, we went to DeKalb, we went to St. Louis regularly.
Iowa.
Oh, yeah. We had
Washington.
We had good times. However, I got this call from the Chicago Motor Club would Sheila and I like to host this London theater tour, and that was 15, 16 years ago. That's what started the whole thing. And we have been traveling ever since, and we have met some of the nicest people in the world, and we have been able to travel to the greatest places in the world. And our latest Chicago Theater Weekend brochure just went out. Now, if you are on the Roy Leonard Tour mailing list, you will get this in the mail. If it doesn't come in the mail today, it'll probably get to you Monday or Tuesday. We are going to host a weekend in Chicago, May 7, 8, and 9, and we have tickets to Titanic. The big Tony Award-winning musical will be coming to Chicago. We have great seats for Titanic. We're going to put you up at the Swiss Hotel. Oh, by the way, we're going to also have another show. Now, I don't know what the other play will be. We're going to see what other shows will be playing downtown on the weekend in May. So we'll not only include Titanic, but we'll take you to another show. But we're going to put you up at the Swiss Hotel. We're going to have a reception when you check in on Friday evening. You'll see the shows on Friday and Saturday nights. We'll let you have a whole Saturday to yourself in Chicago on May 8th. The weather should be nice. You can get some shopping done, walk up and down Michigan Avenue, take a boat ride, do whatever you want. And then on Sunday, we'll have a brunch there at Swiss Hotel. Sheila and I will be with you, and we'll talk about the plays. The whole weekend is only $549 per person, double occupancy. And I think we're going to try and have more and more Chicago weekends. We've got one coming up that's all sold out, where we're going to be having you come in town and go over to the Royal George Theater and see art, and then the next night go over to see Ragtime at the Ford Center for the Performing Arts. Then we'll have this one in May. As I say, if you're on the mailing list, you will receive the brochure. However, if you are not on our AAA mailing list, all you have to do is call this number, and you'll be on the list for the next 5-10 years, because Sheila and I do plan a lot of trips in the future, and we'd love to have you with us. So if you want to call this number, 1-800-223-7049, just say, I want to be on the Roy Leonard Tour mailing list, and maybe in particular you'd like to come in to see Titanic with us. It's May 7th, 8th, and 9th. And the number to call is 1-800-223-7049. Our February Chicago Theater Weekend is sold out. Incidentally, we do have 3 cabins available for the trip that we're going to be taking in May. We're going to be on the Windsurf, which is one of the newer ships in that Windstar series. And I know, Sheila, you love the Windstar as much as I do.
Oh, I certainly do. The nice part about the Windsurf is that there are elevators for people who have a problem with stairs.
Oh, yeah.
And it is not a great deal larger than the west of the Windstar fleet, but it is about a total of 300
300,
people.
yeah. The Windstar ships, the Windstar, the Windsong, the Windspirit, they hold 170 people. Windsurf does have elevators, as Sheila says, and it holds about 300 people. But it's a great trip. We're going to fly to Rome on May 26th. And while we're in Rome, by the way, we're going to go to Alfredo's, where fettuccine was born. Tell the people what happened. We went to Alfredo's a couple of months ago.
Well, first of all, I want to tell them that it's the best fettuccine that I have ever eaten.
Oh, yeah.
And usually I can't eat it because it's so heavy cream, but it isn't made of heavy cream. The noodles are homemade there, and it's made mainly with cheese.
Yep.
And it's delicious. But many years ago, the first Alfredo was honored by Doug Fairbanks and Mary Pickford after they had been there filming a movie. And they bought for him a solid gold spoon and fork to eat your Alfredo fettuccine with. There's only one problem. You better practice lifting weights first, because I could do it with a fork, but I couldn't handle both of them.
They're so heavy. But they brought up the gold fork and spoon, and they let Sheila enjoy her fettuccine Alfredo in a very special way. Someone in our group will be honored with the gold fork and spoon. So anyway, we get to Rome. We're going to spend a couple of days. We'll show you all. This is in May now. and we have 3 cabins left. We'll take you around Rome, take you to the Vatican and the Colosseum. It's a beautiful city. We're staying at the beautiful Excelsior Hotel. But then we'll get on that weekend. We'll board the Wind Surf, this beautiful new addition to the Windstar line. By the way, it's all casual.
They call it elegant casual.
Yeah.
In that you can't wear shorts to the dining room at night.
And they'd like you to wear shoes, though.
Yes, shoes are required, and they would like you to have a shirt, preferably with some collar.
Yeah.
But you don't have to wear neckties, and you don't have all that formality.
And then you dine when you want to dine. There's no such thing as a seating. The dining room is usually open like 7:30 to 9:30, and you just go in whenever you want and ask for a table for 2 or 4. If there are 6 of you that maybe you've just met some people you'd like to dine with, you may dine together. So we get onto the windsurf, and we sail down the coast. We'll stop at Sorrento, then we'll go around the boot of Italy, and we'll stop at Corfu in Greece, and then we'll start to go northward, and we'll stop off in Dubrovnik, Yugoslavia, and it'll be a marvelous trip, winding up in Venice. And there, you'll have the time of your life. Were you surprised that Venice was what you thought it was going to be?
Oh, lovely. We did hit there at a good time. The water wasn't up over the over
Venice,
the street.
On a full moon, Venice is apt to be slightly soggy. But
they have platforms that you can walk on, but it was nice for us because there was no water in the streets.
And to be honest with you, I don't think in June we're going to run into any problems either. So, a couple of days in Rome, this wonderful week's sailing on the windsurf, and then a couple of days in Venice. And we'll take you all around Venice, and we've got a wonderful farewell dinner lined up at the Quadri overlooking St. Mark's Square. But anyway, there are only 3 cabins left for this trip. So if you're hearing about it for the first time and you'd like to get the brochure, just call 1-800-223-7049. 1-800-223-7049. I got to take a break for a commercial. A lot of people wanted to know what our favorite trip was. I think I know what my favorite trip was. I'll let Sheila think about her favorite for a moment. And then I have a few other things that we can tell you about. If you have any questions about our travels, don't hesitate to call. Right now, this is the AAA travel segment of our final Roy Leonard show. Our phone number is 591-7200. Oh, you know one of the places we're going to go next year, but don't wait for us. You want to go right now. Take the AAA travel package to the Grand Canyon. Have you heard about it? The Grand Canyon Railway Package? Well, here's what happens. Maybe you didn't even know about this before. Every morning, the Grand Canyon Railway departs from a beautiful community, Williams, Arizona. It was established back in the early 1900s. And then you take the 65-mile trip across northern Arizona's beautiful high desert plains. You see the canyons, you see the pine forests, all from this wonderful railroad car. In fact, they have Western characters who kind of recreate the turn-of-the-century train travel. One of the coaches, by the way, is a restored 1923 coach. If you want to go club class or first class with recliners, or you can even get a ticket in the luxury parlor car. But anyway, you arrive in the heart of Grand Canyon National Park's historic district, and you stay for about 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours of sightseeing. And then you return to Williams aboard the Grand Canyon Railway. Stay the evening at the exclusive Fray Marcos Hotel. They have different packages. One of them includes a night at the Grand Canyon National Park if you want to. For details, here is the number to call. 1-800-AAA-HELP. Then you press number 5, and then you press number 2, and just ask for the Grand Canyon Railway trip. 1-800-AAA-HELP. Press 5, press 2. Yes, you can travel with someone you trust. AAA Vacations. A number of people have called and kind of wondered what our, favorite trips have been. It's difficult to narrow it down to one. Is there one, though, that comes to your mind right away?
Well, I think because it was the fulfillment of a long dream, going to Ireland was just great.
Sheila's folks Well, let's see. Aunt Kate came over on the boat with her little metal hat box, I think.
Well, my uncles used to go back. Every year they would go back and take clothing and food to their relatives who were still there. And they would come back with balik and
Irish linens
and all
wolves.
the special things from the country. And so I got very used to these wonderful trips that brought back such beautiful things. And you finally took me.
Yep, we got there. In fact, 1 year after the London theater tour, instead of coming right home, we just flew over and we went to Shannon and picked up a car, and we drove the Ring of Kerry. We went backwards, but that's all right. And down to Killarney and to Cork, and then up the other coast where you saw where that beautiful Waterford glass was made.
Oh, yes. We had the pleasure of going through the factory, and we also stayed in Dromoland Castle.
Oh, yeah.
Where the gentleman who carried our bags had the same name as my uncle.
Oh, it was one. So, Ireland, your favorite. I can't say I have an actual favorite, but the trip that I remember most, not necessarily because of the trip, but because of one spot, and that was the time that we took the Windstar into the Greek islands, and we stopped at Ephesus in Turkey.
Oh, that was lovely.
First of all, I love the Windstar. I'll take that ship anywhere in the world. And Athens, and you start in Athens and go to Istanbul, or you can start in Istanbul and go to Athens. They're both big, bustling cities. I can't say that I'm particularly eager to go back. I mean, I'm in Istanbul, you go to the Blue Mosque, and in the Athens, you go up to see the great Greek historical monuments, and that was a thrill. However, to stop in Turkey and go to Ephesus, which is one of the most ancient cities in the world, this is the city where St. John took the Virgin Mary after the death of Christ. And there's a marvelous church. Oh, yeah.
Was her home.
Right. But to walk down, they've only excavated maybe 1/3 of Ephesus. There's a lot to go. And we have to thank, I think, the Germans and the British. They've done most of the excavating, but very slowly they're excavating and being very careful as they bring this once ancient city back to life. But to walk down those cobblestone streets and to think that St. John actually walked here, I mean, it gives you a chill.
And up until the time we had just gone, they were allowing people to have concerts there.
Oh, that's right.
In the beautiful amphitheater.
Yep.
But a rock band had come in and caused some damages.
Well, the reverberation, I guess, from somebody.
So they stopped that.
So they don't have rock concerts in the it's like a coliseum, actually.
Yes.
But anyway, I think that trip was, if you ever get a chance and there is a trip to the Greek islands and they do stop at Ephesus, I mean, definitely go. It makes no difference of your ethnic or your religious background. And actually, this past year, remember when we went up to Florence and we took the wind song on that trip down the Amalfi Coast, we finally got to Pompeii. I thought that was pretty interesting too.
It's very interesting. It was also very hot.
Oh boy, was it
like
hot.
Being in the Sahara Desert.
Anyway, if you'd like to join us on any of these trips, that number again to be on the Roy Leonard list. Now, this again is the Roy. We have a special mailing list at AAA Travel, and all you have to do is ask to be on the Roy Leonard mailing list. 1-800-223-7049. Now, here are some of the other trips that we've got planned. Tentatively, now it's not locked in yet, but we hope to go to Toronto this July. We'll go up to Toronto for a week, and we'll go out to the Shaw Festival for a couple of days, go over to the Stratford Festival, and then wind up in Toronto and see a few shows. Those of you who are interested in sailing with us on the QE2 in August, many of you are, because we have a QE2 mailing list as well. Those brochures will be ready mid-January, so be patient with us. This is a big trip. This is the one where we're going to sail over on the QE2, spend a few days in London, and fly back on the Concorde. You might have to get a second mortgage for this trip, but then, or, you know, I wouldn't sell the children, but I'd get a second mortgage. It will be a very special, maybe a once-in-a-lifetime trip for many of you, where we take the 6-day sailing across the Atlantic, and then after spending some time in Great Britain, we fly back on the Concorde. The wonderful thing about this trip, it'll be August. It'll be August the 16th to the 25th. The wonderful thing about this trip is you don't have to worry about jet lag. There won't be any. Going over, of course, in 6 days gives you a chance to slowly become acclimated to the time in Great Britain. And flying back in the Concorde is kind of fun because if you look closely at your watch, you leave Heathrow, and if you look closely at your watch, when you get to the Kennedy Airport, it's an hour and 10 minutes before you left. Figure that one out. Anyway, that trip is coming up in August. The brochures will be ready in a couple of weeks. And if you want a brochure on that particular trip and you are not on the mailing list, you simply call 1-800-223-7049. Remember the first time we went to London and we went out to the Tower of London?
Oh, and it's a no, because you can see the jewels so much better when you go there, and the way that they've built it up and with the platforms. And the last time we went, we saw a great deal more than we had seen before.
And I remember the first time we went to London and we were going to go to Windsor Castle, and you says, "Oh, that's great, but we've got to go to the dollhouse." And I said, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? There's a dollhouse in Windsor Castle?"
Oh, there's a beautiful dollhouse with lights that work and running water and just beautiful furnishings that are all delicate miniatures.
I was really surprised at how. And I mean, I'm not the sort of guy that would necessarily go on a trip to see a dollhouse, but this one was spectacular. And it also surprised me at what a wonderful walking city London is.
We do a lot of walking.
Remember that day? We had it was like I think it was a Saturday, and the hotel that we stay at in London, the Park Lane is over in Piccadilly, right near Green Park. We walked over to Buckingham Palace just to see if the Queen was in. And then, remember, we walked all the way from Buckingham Palace. We walked all the way down to Trafalgar Square, I think, all through those beautiful parks.
It was beautiful to see the homes down in the side streets that we took when we walked.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and then this year, we always try to find a different place to go, somewhere we've never been before, because many of you who travel with us go regularly. Like we have folks who travel with us to London. Oh, by the way, if you want to put down the date for this year's London tour, it'll be October the 23rd through the 30th. London this year will be October the 23rd through the 30th. You can't book yet. I mean, it's much too early, but you will be you'll be notified. And we're going to take a lot of New York theater weekends, too. We're going to check and see what shows will be playing on a particular weekend. You know, fly into New York, and we'll go in on a Friday, see a show, maybe see a Saturday matinee, Saturday evening, have a breakfast and a little discussion of the plays on Sunday, and then fly home. We're going to try and do a lot of those. They'll be, naturally less expensive than a whole week in London. Anyway, this year, our guide, Steen Harris, suggested that we go out to Chartwell, which I didn't know anything about.
Oh, it's beautiful. This is where Winston and Lady Churchill actually lived, and it's a very homey place. It's very large and beautiful, but you feel at home when you go in it. You can sense her decorating ability and her warmth because it is so lovely. And you look out over the grounds, and you see the stone walls that he built himself.
Yeah.
And many of his paintings are done there, and therefore they're the landscaping. He lost the home several times. He wasn't too good with his finances, but his supporters bought it, and they lived in it for perpetuity until Lady Clementine died. And now it's a museum.
That's beautiful.
And it is beautiful. It's worth going. And it's only about 40 miles out of London.
Oh, yeah. There are so many things that you can do over there. So many little day trips that you can take. And maybe you'll be with us on one of these trips in the coming year. This is the AAA Chicago Motor Club portion of the Saturday Roy Leonard Show.
Beyond the horizon and across the sea, there lives a beautiful princess. Perhaps you'll catch a glimpse of her, cruising through the moonlit waters, intent on reaching some faraway shore that until now existed only in your imagination. Come aboard with Princess and experience the limitless freedom to do what you want, when you want. Grand class cruising with Princess. Let her take you away.
Yes, you let Princess Cruises take you away on a grand class 7-day Gulf of Alaska cruise. Call AAA Travel. Their number is 1-800-AAA-HELP. You press number 5, you press number 2, and you get all the details. Now, fares are based on double occupancy, cruise only, and they are subject to availability and capacity controlled. Government fees and taxes are additional. Additional terms and conditions may apply. Princess Cruises, ships of British and Liberian registry. It's 5 minutes before the hour of noon. Catherine Vale has another quick look at traffic for you.
Quick overview on the inbound Dan Ryan. The accident at Roosevelt Road is cleared. Southbound on I-65, accident just south of Ridge Road with all lanes blocked. They remain blocked. Eastbound 8094, backed up to Klein Avenue due to the I-65 accident. Also in Indiana, the ramp from southbound Kennedy to westbound 8094 closed due to an accident. Chicagoland Expressways, all doing well. That's a look at traffic. Catherine Vale, WGN Traffic Central.
This has been a lot of fun. I don't mean just necessarily the past 4 hours, but I mean like 31 years of doing this. First came to WGN in 1967. Our first show was in the afternoon. In fact, very quickly, Sheila, remember, I called you from Chicago and said, honey, they want me. We're moving to Chicago. 6 kids and a dog and a house. And you said...
What time?
What time of the day are you going to be on? Because I've been a morning man, and I, the routine. You get up at 3:30 in the morning, and it ain't easy. I used to fall asleep when company was at the house for crying out loud.
Constantly.
Yeah. And so she said, "What time of day are you on?" I said, 1:00 in the afternoon. And you said,
"Okay."
Okay, here we go. So that was the year that she ran the Little League team. I was out here working all summer, and Sheila ran I had a Little League team. And she called me. I call every night, and I said to her one night, I said, "Hey, how's the team going?" She says, "It's great. They stole second base." I said, "Good." She says, "No, they stole second base." What? Some kids stole?
We won the first game of the season, but they stole the bag for second base.
Oh my! Anyway, it was a great summer of 1967. We will never forget that. Will you?
Never.
Anyway, it's been a great 31 years in Chicago, and hey, we were having a lot of fun before then because I've been in the business since the early 50s, and I'm really, although everybody says happy retirement and you're going to enjoy retirement, we're going to have to come up with a different word. As I said earlier this morning, it's like changing direction. We're going to continue our travels. We've got some associations that I think may keep us somewhat in the public eye. We'll see. But it's going to be the nicest thing in the world to just, not have to set the alarm, to be able to just wake up when you hear the chimes of that beautiful grandfather's clock. It's one of these clocks, by the way, that you can press this.
Stop the chimes at night.
Yeah, they stop at 10:15 and don't start till 7:15 the next morning, which is very nice. And thank you all. There's no way that I can thank each and every one of you who had sent a card, and there have been literally hundreds. I am reading every one. I'm enjoying the things that you had to say. And all I can tell you is it has been a lot of fun. And I think for this little lady who had never been west of the Hudson River, who I dragged kicking and screaming across the Great Plains, you've had a pretty good time.
I've learned to love the area very much.
And I really deeply want to thank Ron Hawking and that wonderful band at the Mercury Theater for something that they put together that has touched me deeply.
Hi, Roy. This is Ron Hawking from the His Way Show, wishing you the very best. Roy Leonard is a very special kind of guy, a treasure that this town will surely miss. And as we say adieu, my friend, somehow we'll try to let you know how much you will be missed. Yes, he's our kind of guy.
Roy Leonard is. Yeah, he's saying goodbye, Roy Leonard is. We say bon voyage to you. We'll miss your interviews and film reviews. And each time Roy'd speak, Chicago is. Yeah, we were listening each week. Roy Leonard is. The family classics, Roy Leonard is. Those frequent road trips, Roy Leonard is. One thing we all can't deny, he's our, don't you know he's our kind of guy.
This is Chicago's News and Talk, Radio 720 WGN, a Tribune broadcasting station. At noontime on a very special Saturday with